I said, guys, if just things are like terrible in terms of audio, definitely let me know and bear with me. Hey Pat, again Legion, hello, and hey Goldie, nice to see you. We are gonna get started a moment here. I just definitely let me know if that's a problem with it is. If not a different sort of like maybe I'll find this. Okay. I mean that's what the audio I guess so it'll help me. If anyone's been with me for a while, you guys know I tend to be like this anyway. Hello, Fuzzy Martin. Oh, Melanie, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely been a bit. I really have been wanting to like just gradually get into streaming again, but every time I like hover over the OBS icon, just everything in me kind of drains. So again, just sorry guys, bear with me with the audio stuff. And thank you for the follow, Goldie. Thank you, Twix. You go stream too. I'll be okay. Well, I guess we're pretty much started now. Let me get this off.
Maybe like...
Hey, Vanilla.
Just a tiny bit more. There.
Oh, okay. Oh, you switch this?
Yeah, that should do the trick.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Have fun.
You have fun.
Yeah, I'll try to. And definitely let me know, too, how the music is. But yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get started with this. I'm just working on a couple of things with my queue today, so, you know, I'm not accepting anything today, just usual commission stuff for sure. This is something I started leftover from yesterday. Oh, sorry, which is loud? My voice, which hard to believe, but understandable, or the music. Hey, Colton. Hey, Edwino. Hey, everyone. It's really good to see y'all. Oh, okay. I can definitely try to fix that. Yeah, this character and their little buddy have been, like, really fun to work on. Let's see. I would definitely like to listen to this music if I can, too, but... And thank you guys again for the follow.
So we can turn this off for a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I had a feeling that was probably... Yeah, I'll probably try to get like a quieter fan at some point later on. That was my AC. Again, if things are happening, y'all, feel free to let me know. I really will try to get better at this. I did want to have the noise cancellation gain on, but Twix probably thought, for good reason, it was a better idea for me to not have it since I'm just naturally quiet. Yeah, honestly, I've been having fun with them. Where's our reference sheet? Oh my, you know, I just realized, give me 1 second again on the stream starting, because while Psy is the only window that should show, I should probably make sure I don't have any sus reference sheets open right now for certain commissions and whatnot that I have to work on periodically. Should probably make sure that that's not a thing going on right now. Okay, here we go. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. This is the fellows that I'm working on. I'll just try to finish this up here. You know, I guess just for your guys' sake, because I probably have like an annoying way, I tend to like flip back and forth between canvases when I reference things, but just for your guys' sake, let me do like the thing where I just keep them both active. Hey Fenter, Oswald, everybody, welcome, welcome. It'll just, again, be a minute for me to try to get back to the groove of this. I would like to see if I can make this a more occasional thing, like, for realsies this time, but we'll see. I don't want you guys to have to bear through the pretty much newcomer streaming stuff. But, yeah, if you guys just, you know, want to chill, swing on by, or literally just lurk by all means, feel more than free to. I just figured maybe this would be a fun little thing to do once again. I'm just gonna, oh boy. And pressure this now. Oh my god. God damn it. Hold on. I guess I literally have to close Psy at the moment. I will eventually put BRB text. Oh, this seems to happen like occasionally when I try to do some weird crap. Like all of a sudden, Psy decides that it no longer wants to work with my pen pressure. And it's a good thing I closed that because I had a naughty thing open in the background. There we go. Should be good now. Hey, Lance. Yeah, it's definitely been a while for me. I just, you know, I feel like nobody from me or anything. Just become a bit more of a recluse over the last couple of years. But it's really good to see you guys, and I hope whatever you happen to find here is to your liking. Just open stuff back up. I'm glad someone caught it. Yeah, I'm not used to listening to music like solely while I work. Except for maybe like songs I listen on loop for like an hour straight, but I don't want to make you guys suffer or anything. But yeah, like this soundtrack always is a bomb to me. I just really enjoy this game, and the music still just puts me in a happy place. Hey Dawson, it's always good to see you. Up that doodle sheet, and then I will actually try to now get started for you guys. Change scenes. There we go. Alrighty, thank you, sir. Yeah, again, just as always, just has to happen every time I get back into it. Sorry about that, guys. But we will try to get started now. I actually haven't more thoroughly looked at my list yet, which is probably not the smartest, but I just have to finish this anyway for the day first, so we'll just go with that, and then we will see what else that we have on the agenda today. And I already apologize in advance too if I probably get quiet at some points. You know, I'm not normally used to like talking, especially while working on, excuse me, conditions like this, but I don't want you guys to get immensely bored. I hope everyone's having as good of a Friday as they can be overall though right now. And again, I'm really flattered anyone wants to like just stop by and watch my tedious work in progress. So I appreciate it. Wait, what's going on? Fez Penguin, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. And Lance, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. I definitely am gonna need to revamp those alerts at some point, if only to include my collar and glasses. And those alerts are definitely done a while back, so maybe I could just like improve upon them. Hey bro, it's been a while. It's definitely been more than a while. it's good to see you around in general too. I'm doing as okay as I can be. Hope you're doing well. And again for everybody as well. You know, it's been a lot to say the least, but you know, just hope everyone's trying to make the most of it. I forgot how much I love this music. And this character is really fun to work on. Though again, if anything is like off audio-wise or anything, definitely just let me know and I will try to fix it up. It always seems like every time I try to come back to streaming, like something is like slightly different enough to where it just affects everything else, and I just have to once again get used to something different, so bear with me. Oh, OrlandoFox, thank you for the ball, I really appreciate it. It's just constantly loud. Okay, let me see if I just lower desktop audio through OBS even more before I mess with YouTube's audio further. Hopefully let me know if this is a tad better. You know, just be trial and error. Yeah, I can see that. It just seems like at this point it's almost going to be like so low enough. Well, I keep forgetting I can also affect it just by myself without affecting stream from hearing. Definitely not tech savvy as I once used to be. You know, if you guys want your ears to be blasted with bug snacks, though, I'm certainly not here to judge. Thank you. I'm really glad people seem to, excuse me, like when I do these doodle sheets. At all, I didn't think that they'd get the reception they did when I think I started doing these, I think it's been about a year now. It's been a lot of fun to do all of these. I'm flattered that there's even any interest in them. I know I probably have a finicky way of shading and working still, but you guys seem to like it, which I also appreciate. Although I do eventually want to finally get into learning Clip Studio Paint, because even the default brushes there are definitely more appealing to me than Psy more and more as of late. Definitely not feeling it as I once did. I do love getting to put my own spin on these little guys alone, let alone any character that anyone gives me. Even though I kind of make it look stupid sometimes, in my opinion. Hopefully shading this shouldn't take like too much longer. I'd like to think I can finish this up within the next half hour or so. Yeah, I still just like to do these with doodle sheets where it's not just expressions. I still just like to do freaking just like any silly, possibly meme-inspired poses if I can. Just with people's characters, even if like they don't prompt it in. It seems for the most part it tends to be on the nose for folks, which I do like. But I seem to have at least a slight read for. I just figured because Owl, they tend to have some pretty good leggies. I always do enjoy it. Helps keep it more entertaining and lively for me too. I actually do have to add the triangles on this beanie though, for this little guy. I'd imagine they also probably get the best sleep at night since they probably don't get any cricks in their neck at all. I mean, all things considered. Oh yeah, and I figured just because I don't, maybe it probably isn't their intention, but I feel like this character would do some nice Decidueye cosplay. Oh, Omega Cat, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Hello, and good evening, Silverus. Welcome, welcome. Again, I hope everyone's been having a good day, evening, night, whatever time it is in your part of the world. And thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Oh, I almost forgot about this music. Thank you, actually. I have been, ever since my last PC, when it randomly started to shut down, I kind of have gotten to the habit of just pressing the shortcut key like every 3 minutes. I'm definitely trying not to live like that again. That was a stressful week until I could finally build a new unit. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad. If you are who I recall you being, it was a pleasure to work on that. It always is with a lot of these. Solsty Blueberry, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Oh hey Aldrake, fancy seeing you here. How are you doing? I gotta keep this up. I'm as okay as I can be, all things considered. We all have our days, but I'm still hanging in there. I hope you're doing well. And again, just everybody in general. Still trying to get work done. I know the different way I've kind of been doing commissions is last year. It technically does require people to wait more than like a week, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time to hear back from me with the commissions being active, but I'm still hoping that I'm getting things done at a steady enough pace, just trying to avoid the burnout. It seems like it's mostly been working. Just with this new tactic, even if it means people waiting an extra week or 2. And I appreciate the patience. And that's why I'm just hoping, like, I would like to get into the habit of streaming a bit more often, so if nothing else, then at least, you know, folks can see how I'm doing along queues and everything. Oh, that's good. I kind of really wish I could allow my brain to let me focus on just casually watching fighting game stuff past what just Twix plays. I would imagine he would, you know, certainly be up for playing with anybody, though, if you actually would want to play with him too, Aldre. I mean, I would imagine he should be streaming today still, even though he let me borrow his mic today. But he'd probably be into it. God, please. We'll see. It's just, again, I have been wanting to, it's just, you know, I don't want anyone to feel obviously obligated that they have to, not that they should. And just even furthermore, just having to suffer through a couple more of these, oh, is the audio okay, etc., kind of things. But it would be fun to do it, because I do kind of miss the time where I would just carelessly do them, like whenever, back when I was like, what was it, like 14 or 15? Oh no, I don't think he's learning that character specifically, but you probably gather how he is, just like getting all the practice he can with, or he can in with people whenever possible. And I know he's especially been, you know, trying to already grind Strive and everything. I forget the name, but it's the, I think it's the one of the main characters of the game. You know, the blonde fighter with the sword. I'm sure that narrows it down. And I know he just loves getting to practice with, like, actual people when possible. They're willing to grind. You know, until he switches to Axel, finally, but what do I know? Let's maybe see what this looks like with... Okay. Yeah, those memories actually pop into my head a lot more these days than they used to. I mean, they would in general, but especially lately, I just kind of wish if only I could go back just for one day or night. From the streams to even like Skype calls with certain individuals here. Those were good times. Blue Fox Pox, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the noise, like any background noise from outside, doesn't pick up too well on the mic too. Oh no, what is that? Oh my god. Blue Fox, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Definitely didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. See, it's like stuff with this too, like just all of this new, you know, fancy schmancy stuff on Twitch especially. If I did get it back into it more regularly, I would just want to like figure out like, you know, if people actually wanted to do such kind things like that, how could I pay them back in return or make it to benefits, including the channel points thing too. Like if that ever became a thing, I would just still have to like consider and think about this stuff. Which I wouldn't object, just, you know, that would take some brain capacity. Hey, that's definitely still a long time. I think I've had... Jeez, I think I actually have had Orlando for probably like 11 or 12 years now that I think about it. No, I think I made them in 2010-ish. More solidified them in 2011. So I guess it's been about 10 or 11 years. It certainly doesn't feel like it at times. It feels like a while, but not that much of a while. That's for sure. Definitely doesn't feel like that long since we used to, you know, joke around and stuff too, Barone. I really do need to listen to the soundtrack more often. Just smoothing out the edges on some of the shading. Oh, I'm really glad, Poxy. Thank you so much. It was definitely a pleasure to work on that, and I think I do recall what... It's kind of silly to me, too, that it actually does take me a minute to, like, try to remember things I've done, because I've, oh gosh, had quite a bit to work on the last while. Gushi, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. You guys just keep me busy, which I super appreciate. And it's definitely, like, pleasant to think that, like, works I've done a while back you guys still happen to enjoy. Been getting a lot of fun stuff to do in general lately. That's the very least I hope for, just that you guys happen to enjoy what you're getting. Especially with the patience, excuse me, and generosity. And you guys are gonna make me twist over my words, and I can barely speak more than I already can manage. You guys are too sweet. You're gonna make me red IRL. I will say streaming probably is helping me a bit, because for whatever reason, as much as I enjoy working on things, sometimes lately it seems like if I work on something for like quote-unquote too long, it's like my brain tries to act like it's tired of it, even though I'm partly enjoying it. But I think this is already helping me just to be a bit more mellow. This is probably a good sign. I'm getting the impression that a certain someone probably said something somewhere. Hey, it's Plum. How you doing, Plum? Welcome, welcome. I hope you and just anyone in general knows they obviously don't have to stay here after just saying hello. I appreciate the quick company all the same, and there's not much to see here. Though if you do enjoy the bug snacks, then hey, I understand for that alone. I'd do the same. I can relate with that. Dope anim. In a weird way that I'm actually looking forward to what I'm making for food later. Thankfully I'm not starving yet, but it should be so good. Making a fried chicken and wedges of a certain spud variety. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a game experience like that, but I didn't say nothing. Bugsnax is one of those games already where I really wish I could almost like just experience playing it for the first time again. It just really is yeah, carrot wedges. A certain food variety, just anything you can make a wedge with that's a vegetable. That's what I'm doing. You're flattering me too much, Boxy. I really do appreciate it. I've appreciated like you like wanting to come back for more than just the one commission too. Like every time I happen to like see a frequent name in my queue, it just makes me smile. Especially with characters I happen to just enjoy working with. They're super fun. But yeah, Bugsnax is just one of those games. It's been a while since I felt that lately, where just I really wish I could like play the game again, and I've genuinely like almost dreaded playing it more and more when it felt like it was reaching past like the climax of the game, because I knew, oh crap, this has to end soon. I will admit, carrots by themselves, at least as far as I know yet, I normally can't stand, but depending on like if they're incorporated in something like, I don't know, I want to say like veggie burgers and stuff, I can kind of sort of tolerate them, and I guess like in vegetable rolls and things like that. But otherwise, yeah, I don't usually particularly care for carrots. Kinda wish I did though, it would give me more option for like healthier snacks to have. It's the same with the carrots for me. Wow. Yeah, carrots and carrots. It's the same with the celery sticks for me. I just can't normally stand them by themselves. If they're in like macaroni salad or potato salads and stuff, like, yeah, I'm all in, and I can agree they're like a vital necessity for the recipe, but by themselves I cannot stand them. I'm sure you would consume more than that, Dawsian, but I appreciate that specific offer. I would give you that and then some, should you ever come over. It's still been leaving out like 5 plates, but they're just sitting here, so I gotta get through them slowly but surely. It probably explains why I do like to put hot sauce on a lot of foods that have things I don't normally eat, now that I think about it. Tomatoes still, for the most part, are the thing that... I don't know, maybe it's not that I don't like tomatoes by themselves, per se, because I can still, like, have salsa and stuff, too. It's just I have to have them with something else that makes them a bit more tolerable. If not formulated into, you know, freaking ketchup or, I guess, even barbecue sauce, depending on the recipe. I used to be just like the pickiest eater, and I guess now my adult brain has let me like actually enjoy food and really appreciate it, but just some things never changed. Wow, the foods I have gotten into, like, since I've like grown past the age of 10, it's kind of surreal, and before I probably used to never give them a second thought or want to even touch them. Freaking, you guys know that asparagus actually tastes pretty good? And freaking Brussels sprouts? It's crazy. And kids hate that shit? Kids are something else, man. Right, I made like a asparagus fries the other day. I didn't know what to like initially think of it, but I was like, I just saw the ingredients list and I was like, this sounds pretty good. I have a weird thing. First of all, hey Tahoe, it's always really good to see you. I always love seeing you. But I seem to have this weird thing where even like if it's a food that I've either haven't had in like literally years or just ever, for some reason if I like look at a recipe and I see the other ingredients with it and then another component that I've never had, I can just like imagine the taste and I think, I want to try this, and I probably risk a lot going to buy groceries just to make it, but it turns out, hey, I actually like it. I was definitely the same with like Brussels sprouts with that regard. I didn't think I would like them as much as I did, but I kind of gave them a try again recently, and I would say I used to only think like broccoli was the only green vegetable I liked, maybe lettuce, but now I like have too many options. And I'm kind of proud of myself for that, if you ask me. Spinach can be pretty good too. I used to be a fanatic for spinach and smoothies, but now I'm kind of indifferent, but depending on the recipe, I'm usually like all about spinach. Spinach artichoke is pretty good. I guess, well, in a way, I don't really tend to, like, eat vegetables just raw anyway. Like, I don't normally... What vegetables do I actually like that I guess normally... I guess with the exception of lettuce, if you want to call that an option, because, I mean, you know, salads and stuff. Even spinach, I can't really say that I like raw. I tend to like it when it's, like, cooked. Well, vegetables, I mean, unless things changed, isn't apple a fruit? Because I can have plenty of fruits that are raw. Freaking, I didn't realize that apparently there's like there's like an underground system of like cooked banana recipes out there that aren't just like baked, but I guess, you know, just like meal plan ideas, and people like probably look at you funny if you like raw bananas, but I love me a raw banana. I do enjoy apples, oranges, also raw. They don't necessarily need to be cooked for me. Oh, I guess someone called the police on me for that. But vegetables, I usually have to have it cooked or sautéed, roasted, something in some way, otherwise I can't normally tolerate it. Oh, that's actually... Thank you, Todd. That's actually one of the more recent foods that ended up being that way for me. Plantains, when I was a kid, even though like I have like a good amount of Jamaican in me, for some reason I could never really like stand them, but recently I kind of like started having them with some foods whenever I go out and order from like restaurants that happen to especially include them in their cuisine, and actually, not gonna lie, plantains actually taste pretty good. I still, at least as far as I know, can't really tolerate plantain chips, but like actual like fresh plantains that are just cooked however they are, they actually taste pretty good with like a certain style of rice, I would say. Definitely into that. I'm sorry, Plum. I really do like enjoy banana. They might be like my favorite fruit. Next to watermelon recently, I've been getting into that again. And I've just forgot how like good and scrumptious those taste. That and cantaloupe. I love me a good watermelon, dude. I think it's almost been a month since we gone in the house without having some form of watermelon for me to eat. Frankly, I've been like really glad that we've moved to a place where I can actually walk to the store just much more easily versus having to rely on Instacart or other delivery services, because now every time I just crave a fruit or whatever, I just can immediately get it and stockpile it. As soon as I run out, I could just go back out and get some. It's really great. Hey, I have no objections here. Honestly, I could probably talk about food all day, especially lately. I've really been getting into cooking like more and more than I used to like casually be into it. But like this last, I think I want to say it's been a full year now, especially, I've just really been getting into like cooking. And this last month alone, I've been following this cookbook I happened to come across, I want to say like a couple months ago, that I finally was able to get a hold of, and I'm like really glad that I finally did. It just happens to have a lot of recipes that I ended up used to have. Wow, words. But I used to have a lot when I was younger because of my dad, and it just is bringing back some good memories and some good taste. I didn't think that I liked oxtail that much, because that also used to be a thing when I was younger that I couldn't really stand, but I took a risk and I made it again recently, and that stuff is delicious. That and rice and peas, which I also learned that apparently beans and peas are pretty much the same thing. For some reason, I always thought they were a different family. That stuff is like delicious. I didn't realize, like, I always just thought, oh, like, you know, Jamaican people and their food, how we are. I didn't realize that that's what rice and peas was, but as soon as, like, I had some of it when it was ready, I was like, okay, this is the stuff. I always thought, like, I could never find this kind of rice anymore, but this is it. Oh, and thank you, Taha, I appreciate it. Hopefully I'm, like, actually getting stuff done while I'm, like, talking about this. This is also kind of why I was quote-unquote afraid of getting back into streaming, because I recall my old habits with I used to pretty much have just chatting streams before just chatting streams were a thing. And I just kind of used to just draw whatever was going on with like friends and stuff in chat, so I was just kind of hoping that I could actually focus on work for the most part. Oh dude, Plum, I think if not this week, I think in the next coming weeks I did come across, like, because we came across the bird chapter pretty much of that cookbook, and jerk chicken is absolutely one of the recipes. I am probably going to make that within the next couple of weeks, see if I can get going with that. Although I am planning to make a brown stew curry chicken, I believe, is what we're going to be having, like, about 3 or 4 nights from now. But I am making fried chicken tonight. classic, it's in the kitchen marinating right now. And a good old hot sauce buttermilk. Yeah, I absolutely am all for just like people maybe cooking their own food if they can. Like, I definitely love a good like restaurant to eat out from, and you know, when you're just feeling lazy, but cooking really is just like nice and fun to get into, and it's just like a nice feeling to think like, oh shit, I made this. And frickin' if there's like a buttermilk like marinade recipe of some sorts, usually with chicken, like 11 times out of 10 there will be hot sauce in it too, just to help with the marinating process, and especially a lot of paprika and cayenne pepper in the batter. I'm not gonna lie, if I don't know, if I had like the setup, cooking streams, like I feel like I probably like one day wouldn't mind doing such a thing, because I feel like it would just be really fun to do, but also I'm a nervous wreck for no reason in life, and I tend to pick my nails a lot, so I would probably have to grow these out a bit before I let the world see them. But honestly, I feel like if maybe people actually would want to watch, I'd probably just like make a cooking stream. Or do one. I'd like to do one eventually in the future. Like, that would be just a slight dream. I probably should be careful. I'm surprised I haven't fallen down that rabbit hole. I was in the apartment decor rabbit hole when we moved, and of course I never actually fully, I guess, dove into those suggestions that I saw because I'm lazy. But also I guess I just got more into cooking, but I feel like it's only a matter of time. I do have too many appliances in the kitchen, though, that's for certain. And I still like want more. Actually, I'm surprised it hasn't gotten here yet. I do have something I'm expecting today at some point. I think my family used to do that just with tea in general. Like, they used to put either cayenne or just like a bit of hot sauce whenever they had a sore throat, just to help with the, you know, clear the nasal passages. Honestly, I'd be down with that too. Plus, I don't know, I guess I feel like for some reason lately I've gotten kind of like slower. For some reason, I don't know why, I've just grown into the habit of like triple checking recipes as I make them. Like, make sure it says 2 cups of flour or like 3 bay leaves, and I have to like read it like 3 or 4 times before I finally let myself put it in like a certain bowl or fry it in a certain pan or something, just to make sure I don't mess anything up. So I would just also worry about annoying people with that a little bit, but hey, in the end, if I do say so myself, I get some pretty bomb food out of it, so I don't know, maybe I can't really be that sorry. I would try not to cook the wrong thing, though. I'll keep my tail behind my apron. Then I would also want to make sure I don't have any like knife accidents on stream, being too distracted. I've only had maybe 2 mishaps in the kitchen where I kind of had to make sure I don't cook for like a day or 2 because I just had to do some healing, but we don't have to talk about that. I think I do still have like a bit of the scar though from when I accidentally dropped some hot grease on my hand though. I think it was around this time last year. Hey Skyroweski, welcome, welcome. We're just listening to Bug Snacks and talking about food. I hope you are well. You know, honestly, I'm really surprised I haven't dropped any plates yet, if I'm being completely honest. I have definitely, have I come... I wouldn't be surprised if I have also done similar to us. It would not surprise me. I don't keep things hanging off the edge, but just somehow, like, I managed to just drag along like the flimsiest piece of wet paper and it just catches onto a knife and it just manages to like bring it much closer. I wouldn't be surprised if I've almost gotten a wobbly walk for a day or two due to my own mishaps. But hey, that's the risk you take when you get in the kitchen. But honestly, when you get, I don't know, when you get used to cooking after a while, like, you know, give it like a couple of months when you do it consistently, it's just, that's kind of the part of the stuff that you look forward to. The fact that you survived and you made some good food coming out of it. It's just really enjoyable to me. It doesn't really do it for me anymore, just like following boxed mac and cheese or like boxed pasta recipes anymore. Like, it fulfills me more to like really get to do something. And when like you improve upon like a somewhat basic skill to you now that before you just felt like you could never accomplish. Like deep frying for me especially. I still have like my off days with it, but I feel like I'm definitely much better about monitoring like temperature control and everything and like doing things more precisely now than I was like 2 years ago. Just crazy. Yeah, when a knife falls, just like literally do everything you can to get away from it and never catch it. I have like definitely learned that sooner. For sure, Plum, thank you for stopping by. It's always really good to see you. And I'm sure if you are around later, I would imagine Twix hopefully should still be streaming. He would probably enjoy playing with you again. But yeah, take care. I'm sure I'll see you around. I really will get my own mic soon, because I have like a generic like $30 or $40 mic that I got, but apparently wasn't working, so Twix let me borrow his snowball mic, but I will definitely try to give this back to him ASAP. Talking about he's gonna use his freaking PS5 mic. Oh, thank you, bro. I'm definitely like I didn't even realize, but I actually have been saving this whole time, for the most part, like every couple of minutes. I'm definitely not trying. Oh, is this where we, I think this is when we sleepwalk to get the thing from, Triff. Oh, good times. I'll try my best to rid of my fascination of potatoes if that ever came to be the case. We appreciate the mercy. You take care, you goof. And honestly, I probably cannot make the best omelet, so even the simplest things, like, by, like, professional chef standards, like, can't always be the best at. I probably don't really make the cleanest of scrambled eggs, but I'd like to think that my scrambled eggs are probably okay. Lately I've still been getting into like sunny side up eggs though, because of a recent recipe that I also tried. It was like, I'm probably mispronouncing it, salmon croquettes with like a topping of just eggs. And before I tried it like a couple months ago, normally I was like, oh, runny yolks, that's like, you know, salmonella or whatever, disgusting. But I was like, hey, if it's in a cookbook, it's totally gotta be legit, right? But also I know it's like a style of eggs that people actually do get, so I gave it a try, and I don't know, that's like, I very rarely ever make fried or scrambled eggs anymore, because like just that one is like more appealing to me. I guess I just like the feeling of like runny yolk and having it on some toast. Let's see. Oh. Kilmore Aardvark, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's usually always the part that gets to me, and I'm always afraid of like getting it too soon or too late because I want that certain like golden look to it. Oh, excuse me. And Painted Doggo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Honestly, same with pancakes too. Like, if I had it on a griddle, it probably would be easier, but even then, just like having a, you know, if you have like one too many pancakes, which seems to be more than one on a skillet that you're trying to flip, I definitely have a tendency to have at least two of them where like half of it will flip over onto itself, and then it's just like a whole battery mess going on. And I can also never seem to get the temperature right on pancake batter too. So sometimes it'll maybe be okay, other times it'll just be like a seemingly burnt mess. Definitely gotta live and learn through that still, at least I do. I think it's just you have to present it in your mind like enough times to finally like be willing to give it a try. And plus there's like different styles of runny yolk, it seems like there's the runny yolk where you can just like barely poke it with like a pin and it'll just like, you know, droop out and be its thing. But then there's the other kinds where it's just like you can cut into it, it looks like jelly in the middle, which I kind of tried to make mine be from the very beginning, but then as I got accustomed to it, I was like, oh, this actually seems nice, and it's just the creamy texture kind of tends to add to certain foods. But it's definitely not everyone's cup of tea, so it's all good. But if you could ever get into it, I would highly recommend. Probably depends on whatever food that you're having it with. It's like I don't know, it's like diet egg with bacon. That's always pretty good. Sleepy green tea loving bird. There's still so many games I want to play though. I'm really glad I got to play Bugsnax, and let myself play it rather, but there's too many games I want to play. And I don't let myself for some reason. Especially with the Steam summer sale going on. Probably gonna have to, you know, me and myself, definitely gonna be looking through that. I might even say screw it and get some stuff, but you know damn well I'm not gonna play those anytime soon. Not like I couldn't let myself, it's just like brain said you thought. I would hope you would recognize this music. Better put respect on Snacktooth Island's name. Also, hey Tater. This music will never get old to me. Never. This game almost came out a year ago. I hate it. And I really want to play it again for the first time. It was too good. Yeah, well, welcome to the club, Nausea, and it kind of becomes that point. I remember when I remember when I could just, like, simply open up a game and just do whatever with it, like, at any given point just because I wanted to, but for some reason the brain, when you grow old, it just really doesn't let you try new games until, like, many a year later. But one day I will manage, because I do want to... I know, typical game, but I kind of want to actually play Before the Storm, that Life is Strange sequel. Even though I really love the first game, and I'm still really glad I got to play it, I just still have yet to play it, or obviously watch the playthroughs of that, and I'm surprised I managed to avoid any spoilers. Also same here, Orion, and hello. I have like the same game, if not maybe two games that I tend to rotate between, even though, like, I'm not gonna lie, maybe just my brain's making it associate to me as just like preventing me from playing games, so I almost quote-unquote don't like them, but I just keep playing them out of frustration. Even though I could easily and literally take that time I'm using to quote-unquote play them to just play that other game, but I guess tell my brain that for the upteenth time. I don't know, one day we'll get that situated. I mean, maybe, excuse me, pack the layers of these so I can know what I'm working on now. And again, I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm actually not too sure how long I'll be streaming for. Ideally, it would be till the end of my list, but I feel like I've been working on this for more than the half hour it probably normally would take me to finish this by myself, just because I'm trying to adjust to making sure I'm not missing anybody, but also getting stuff done. But I would like to think that I'll at least get the majority of my work list done today, even though I have yet to look at it, but I'll probably make it work. I do technically need to probably start dinner a tad sooner than I normally would tonight, just because of the food prep stuff, but I'll try to be at it for like a little while. I say a little while, but I'll probably be here for a couple of hours still. I might go until, I'll just say like maybe 6 or 7 PUM EST. Just be a chill Friday. I probably just have to let myself know, hey, it's okay to like stop talking for a while. I guess I'm just used to the typical thing of like, oh, you better keep talking, engaging, but I'm just here, man. Just working on some stuff. I think I am about done with this layer finally, though. Oh, wait, no. I do have to add on these extra shapes to the hat. This little guy. And I guess extra line edges to the eye shards on their back. I'm hoping it doesn't pick up too, but apologies if you hear like rumbling noise in the background. I think my dog is breathing again. He's a small fella, but he still definitely snores at times. And I'm glad he's chilling. Yeah, he's having a wild time down there. This music brings me back. Flask full of green tea, which honestly, I almost want to get a flask for this. I would get a flask and just fill it with like hot chocolate and stuff. I can't say I have. I have, like, heard wonderful things about that game, though. Normally, music is, like, it's kind of, like, weird to me. I definitely, like, enjoy music, and especially, like, gaming music. Whenever I, like, happen to enjoy a game especially, I'll enjoy it actively in game, but for some reason I rarely ever go back and just listen to it. Undertale is probably the other game that I actually did just willingly go back and look for specific tracks for. Even though, like, with a lot of other games, if I enjoy it, I just never let myself do that for some reason. So especially games that I hear about, I don't just, like, look for the music and determine, I'll enjoy it because of this. But I feel like, frankly, if Celeste sounds anything like this game, that probably already gets my interest up tenfold. I do just hear good things about that title, though. That and, I hear of this game a lot, and just... It's like a game with, like, some kind of, like, cat-like main character creature. I think they're, like, a wizard. They are kind of, like, brown orange tint, their main fur color. They have yellow eyes, and I think they have a purple wizardy hat and cloak. I do hear about that game a lot through certain folks, too, and it seems like that's always a recommendation. This game music does tend to have that vibe. The game itself is, like, very much enjoyable. Not a Hat in Time, it's... Crap. Okay, you guys won't be able to see the window, don't worry. Which is probably good, because I probably have certain tabs up that I shouldn't show on Twitch, but... Because this is probably gonna get to me if I don't find it. It's like one of those indie games that people really tend to like and gravitate to. I think it was like maybe $10 or $15 on Steam. And I just hear a lot of good things about it. I think, I forget who, but I think certain individuals in Haven, I don't know if Tater's still here, maybe have, like, talked about this a lot, which is why I happen to still, like, have it in the back of my mind. I'll figure it out eventually. It's not a Hat in Time, though. I think that's, like, an actual human girl, but I think it's, like, some kind of cat hybrid. Sorry, isn't there, like, a game that I think some folks in Haven love to go on about, where I think it's, like, almost like cat... One Shot. I think it is One Shot. Yeah, that's the game. I do hear wonderful things about that game, too. I probably would like to eventually play that. Thank you. It was like such a simple name, but it was gonna escape me. Yeah, I just remembered, like, cat and, like... Oh, it wasn't a cloak, it was a purple scarf. Yeah, it's one of those titles where every time someone brings it up, a lot of you guys have, like, a novella about it, and then some about how good it is, and the more I hear about that one, too, I just kind of want to give it a shot. One shot, if you will. Yeah, I guess I would just put that on the list of many things I need to eventually get back to when I let myself play games again. I think we have about everything on this one. Wait, no, we gotta add some proper. But of course. Can't ever move on without this. I don't know how I'm forgetting some of these songs. But then it kind of comes back to me when I read the song title. TechWolf20, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to just chill out, lurk. That goes for everyone, of course. I hope you happen to like what you see, or like what you hear, again, just with the music. Honestly, if I didn't, like, worry about actually not annoying everyone else, I'd probably just play this on loop for the whole entire time, but I'll try to find something else to play, don't worry. Okay. So we can fully focus on this now. Not my tummy grumbling despite the fact that I'm not hungry. I don't know why I'm like almost anxious about looking at my list. I feel like I'm already taking too long on finishing this up. But I'll try to at least get through the I'll try to at least get through like the sketches, whatever they happen to be for today. With dutiful enough speed. Oh my god, did they really? That's very sweet of them. Or whoever may have done that. Well, thank you, I really appreciate it. Hope you are having a good Friday, as good as it can manage to be. I'm just working on commission stuff pretty much out of my queue. This is technically something left over I had from yesterday. Normally I tend to start my workday with the sketches, but if there's anything left over, I like to make sure I get that done. Takes a priority technically. Let me actually get rid of these so it doesn't distract me so much. Oh shit, am I? Actually, I guess that is how old I am gonna be. That's crazy. I don't really actively think about that as much as I know some others may. I guess it's kind of like weird when I think about it. For some reason, I always still feel like I'm just in my late teens sometimes until I think about it. Like until I actually like go out into the world and do stuff by myself and I don't have to like technically tell a parent or anything where I'm going, and I remember I'm like, oh. I mean, I don't think about this stuff, like, who I look like? Someone who acts their age? Also Havik there. Couldn't be me. Could never be me. That's gonna be crazy though. I still remember when I could actually legally start actually like paying for my own drinks or whatever, and half the time if I ever needed like anything before legal US age, I just needed it for cooking. It was kind of weird like being able to go to the store and just get it myself. Still kind of have to remember, oh shit, I don't have to ask for parents' permission anymore. That too. Sometimes it just like I almost like regress back in like my age a lot of the time until like thankfully I realize at the same exact moment like, oh, I don't have anything to worry about. Oh, are you kidding me? I started a I don't know, probably hot course of action, but I definitely was like even drawing and posting online since I was like 12 or 13, so it's not usually that like prompts back like memories. It's just like, I don't know, I guess like doing stuff by myself to my own accord, I guess. Eternal, I always forget and then you just remind me for some reason. I was having such a good day. How are you doing, friend? Old buddy, old pal. Yeah, there's enough stuff like on my plate usually that keeps me reminded of my new place. Man, whatever, my combos looked cooler. I bet they would still look kinda cooler. That Farfetch'd one you had though was pretty good. Hey, what's up, Phoenix? Welcome, welcome. Good to see everyone. You know, for some reason, like, even to this day, I still have, like, those random dreams. Like, I get anxious in my sleep that I'm waking up and, like, being late for school or having to, like, go to school. And I never really realized until now that that's probably why I can, like, maybe wake up somewhat more at peace some days compared to others. Because I don't have to do that shit anymore. God, I used to really hate that feeling. Imagine going to school. Couldn't be me. Who even does that anymore? Feels bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know, I guess it just really did, like, stress me out. I guess I just really, like, hated getting up, and like back then I actually was like a voluntary night owl, but nowadays it's like when I'm a night owl it actually is like not to my doing, because I actually realize I do like waking up in the morning, but I just can't fall asleep until like 3 or 4 a.m. still again, even though I am trying to work on that. It's kind of crazy like when adulthood hits. But actually, yeah, it really doesn't like feel like it was that long ago until I was like maybe still 16 sometimes, or even like just turning 18. Back then I thought, man, I'm really like growing old, but then like 5 years kind of flew by and here we are. I don't know, honestly, I feel like 18 is probably like 18 to 19 is probably like peak no longer child but not quite doing adult things stuff yet. Maybe 17, and maybe I'm just saying that because I didn't have to pay taxes yet. That's like the one thing I especially like hate about adulthood still. Yeah, even when Pokemon came out, I didn't feel it. When that game come out? Like 2016, I think. I think it was 2016, and I was like especially just in the community frequently for like 17 and 18. That's right. Shit, that was like freaking 5-6 years ago, wasn't it? God damn. I almost kind of wish that was me, or I mean, it's kind of weird too because I actually do like the night hours. Like I almost like being up for them, but I guess I just don't want to like stay awake for very long if I can help it. Like peak night hours for me tend to be like 12 to 1 a.m. But if I could like start falling asleep on the dot at like 2, I probably would be like a happy camper. But I probably need to like actually get out of like my childhood phase and like get into naps again, Because even when I do try to like go to sleep earlier lately, it seems that it's not enough for me. But for some reason, it seems like I have a vendetta against naps for some reason still. I never liked them as a kid. Even though the rare instance I let myself have them, I was like, damn, that feels good. Anyway, let's never do that again. Yeah, that's too long ago. I don't know, like, how do you go about doing, like, taxes for, like, streaming stuff? Like, I would imagine that Twitch maybe technically makes it slightly easier for you. For me, it's like I pretty much just have to look through... Well, I guess, no, technically it's, like, easy-ish. Because I don't do the thing that apparently... See, that's the thing, too, school doesn't really teach you about this stuff for some fucking reason. But I don't do the thing with taxes, which I just found out this year apparently is a thing where you can kind of actively try to pay them in prediction of how much you're making, or to make the year, like, current that you're filing them for. Because for, like, all the time, I would just, like, pay off, like, say, 2020 taxes in 2021, or, I guess, like, you know, pay off your 2019 taxes in 2020. I would kind of, like, do it after the fact, but that's because, like, for PayPal, that year of, like, how much you make and everything in summary doesn't come until, like, the February of the next coming year, so I couldn't really do that anyway if I wanted, like, a precise number. So it kind of does get to me, like, on a specific, like, one of those 1099 forms, but if I tried to do it, like, by myself, like, actively, it's kind of shit because PayPal doesn't really do that so precisely. Like, usually the forms you can download, if you really did want to try to get a head start on it, it's like, it tries to, by default, always include, like, payments that you sent, like, if you ever, like, I don't know, used it for ordering stuff online, or, like, sending it to friends, or whatever, just anything that isn't, like, commission work related, it kind of just includes that by default, so it's kind of like a tedious task. Ah, I see. Yeah, like, if I wasn't making that much each year, like, if I was only making, like, maybe the bare minimum that you kind of need in order to, like, by the government standards, be like, hey, you owe us money, then, like, I could probably do it, but let's just say I kind of make enough where, at this point, I'd rather not give them too much, but also not too little to have to worry about later, so I just kind of wait for the following year. So, aka, I'm still paying taxes throughout this year for last year, and it's kind of, unfortunately, a lot. But honestly, again, I'm still grateful because the fact that I can even do this stuff for a living is something I'm very appreciative of. And I don't know, that's why I'm especially trying to be on my shit this year with, like, hey, anything that can be seen as a deductible, it's getting put on the list so I can tell my accountant next year. I'm sorry about that, Orion. I don't know, like, if moving to states or anything. Oh, I guess it's because, like, you actually work for somebody. I see. Yeah, like, I know, sometimes I almost wish, like, wow, wouldn't it just be easier if I kind of did try to work? I mean, I hear retail is, like, horrible. God bless you all who do it. Just working, like, with the public in general can be, like, such shit, but I almost wonder, damn, would it kind of be easier to just, like, work for somebody else sometimes that I technically wouldn't really have to worry about taxes, maybe beyond, like, I don't know, I'm out here hearing people complain, like, I know obviously for good reason, but, like, initially in my mind, if I'm not thinking straight, like, in the moment when I hear, man, I have to pay, like, $500 in taxes, I'm like, do you want to trade? It's kind of, like, the more money you make when you're self-employed, the self-tax thing really does just get more and more tedious. It kind of is. I kind of wouldn't recommend it. But when it's done for, like, the couple of months before you have to worry about that crap again, like, towards the end of the year, it's a nice break. It's because, I don't know, I guess government thinks like, oh, you're making all that money by yourself, well, clearly you're not using it for much or anything, right? You're just earning it, so you can give it to me. But, no, I definitely had to, like, you know, use it for, I have, like, certain, like, prescriptions and medical expenses and stuff. And technically there's extra reasons this year, which hopefully that should be able to be put on deductibles, I was told. Like, I'm also getting help from, you know, Twix, he's helping me, and of course I'm making sure to compensate him also monetarily. So you just have to, like, really be on top of your own game, pretty much, with the accounting for deductibles. You have to make sure you keep track by yourself, nobody else does it for you, is what I'm seeing, like, the main nightmare is about. Eternal, please. I don't know if you'd want to trust me to help you with that. Because I can barely manage it myself. Yeah, I don't know, even if, like, there's, like, tasks out there that are more, like, grueling and, like, physically demanding, I almost feel like, from what I hear, it almost seems like a miracle if you can work just with a specific group of people that aren't necessarily, like, the public. Because I hear, like, a lot of horror stories with, like, retail and even customer service, whether remote or, God forbid, in person. You know what? If you say so, Eternal. But hey, part of my contract, you can't come back at me if, like, the IRS or whoever comes knocking on your door being like, hey, you missed the zero somewhere here, buddy. I could see, like, it's definitely something, like, you know, I feel like everyone, in theory, like, if you're really just kind of like a scumbag and, like, you think, oh, anybody could do it, like, then yeah, sure, you should probably do it if you don't happen to genuinely acknowledge, like, hey, this shit's kind of hard. Like, feels bad. Like, with retail stuff. I feel like I definitely, like, I never, like, thought lowly of, like, retail people, obviously. I know that shit's hard, because, like, hey, I grew up with anxiety. I know that shit probably can't be easy for everybody, but I don't know how I would have, like, handled it if art wasn't, like, the thing that I found that I actually... And I got genuinely very lucky, I feel, still to this day, like, making enough of a living off of it to just go about doing it. I really don't know how I would have handled retail, man. Yeah, especially the whole night shift thing, like, I know, coming in, like, what, I guess 9 to 5 for, like, office jobs, just whatever your shift is, and then, like, hey, being made to, I don't know, clock out overtime, and then the freaking, I just kind of, like, had this revelation, you know, like that old thing where it's like, oh, for teachers, whenever, like, the bell rings, and teachers are like, hey, the bell doesn't dismiss you, I do. It seems like that's kind of the same for, like, retail workers, like, hey, the clock doesn't dismiss you, I do. If, like, you're made to stay for overtime or cleanup or whatever, I probably couldn't handle that shit. I already dealt with, like, 12 years of school. I hope to get out of that. There's no way I could do it again. And for minimum wage at that? Hell no. I feel... I count my blessings every single day for this. And yet, again, just like the taxes almost making me wish, would it be slightly better so I don't have to see, like, me owing literal 5 digits every year according to, you know, government? Not complaining, but it just kind of makes you think. I am really sorry to hear that. I really do just, like, hear about stuff like that, and I just, like, have more respect to people that, like, do it, whether, like, to their own choice or whatever. Or, like, obviously just, like, having to. Definitely have to have just some strong inner energy to, like, even slug through that. So I couldn't even like do stuff like that because ironically I still don't know how to drive. It's just also just like my general fear. I guess I'm like afraid of like driving and being in cars. Well, not being in cars, but like being behind the wheel of a car. Yeah, I do not know how to handle a motor vehicle. Yeah, that's also why I realized, like, since we lived here now, or since we live here now, like, it definitely helps with the public transport, and also just, you know, having, like, grocery stores, like, pretty much within, like, a 10-minute walking distance to you, no matter where you live. And for me, like, much shorter than that, which I'm super grateful for. But yeah, after just, like, being here just, like, the first week, hell, when we drove in, like, when Twix's, dad, like, helped us move here, and, like, just coming into the city and everything, that shit just looked like a nightmare to navigate. So, I'm good here. And the freaking, like, New Yorkers, man. I mean, for good reason, it just seems like, you know, you just really better be on top of your crap and don't be slow behind anybody. Let's see. I thought something was missing here. Okay, I should probably think of something else to have us listen to. I think the Bug Snacks soundtrack is unfortunately about done. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can manage to make enough to feed everybody. I could try though. Good luck finding parking around here. Just I couldn't do it. Driving? Hell no. It's a good thing you weren't here a bit earlier. We were... Man, the food I've been trying to make in this house. The food I'm gonna make later in this house. It's gonna be so good. And honestly, like, if you could manage to, like, just pass a driver's test and, like, still keep your license and renew it and everything, I have mad respect to you. I don't know why, it's just, like, I have, like, general anxieties about still trying to do that, still just, like, making a slight mistake and everything. And not, like, correcting it immediately and, like, just, you know, like a cool person. I just can't do it. I got, like, too nervous when, my folks were trying to teach me, or like my mom and my sister, and then we just kind of never did it again. And it seems like I went about life for a while thinking like, shit, I'm really gonna have the hardest time in life, but Uber said, nah, you good. I have yet to experience that. Although I do obviously hear about that with NY stuff, but I'm waiting for it. Yeah, it seems like nobody gives a shit here. Although I did actually, I had like an appointment earlier this week. It was like Monday because I happened to go get a massage, which was really lovely, by the way. And I just like, I wanted to wait around nearby a food truck because like, oh, I had yet to finally try one of these things, and that was also really good. But as I was waiting for like my food, I'm pretty sure, like 99.9% sure that there was some guy like down the road who had like, he was kind of, he had his whole pickles and beans out. He was like full ass naked, like he had no shirt. I think he was walking down the street. He looked like sober too, that was the thing, but I don't know, like, and he had pants on, it's just like they weren't on enough. They were just like right underneath everything that they probably should have been covering in public. Thankfully I couldn't see it though, like he was like turned around from our direction the whole way, but like I had to like look around like to other people that were also waiting by the food truck and everything, and like I'm pretty sure like they confirmed I was seeing what I was seeing. Because I was like, wow, I was here for a month, and so far I have yet to experience, you know, the stuff that I hear that you gotta expect moving here. Maybe it isn't so bad, quote unquote, but Nah, I'm home now. I guess we could listen to some Animal Crossing music. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like you should just probably carry stuff around you in general for safety around here, though. I'm definitely, I definitely didn't come here like, leaving my doors unlocked or anything. I never did. I was grown up, taught to not do that, obviously. Like, constantly in my life, but just, like, if I ever need to, like, go out into the city or usually trains or anything, 9 times out of 10 I'm usually just having, I guess, my pepper spray on me just in case. It's crazy, right? Pretty much, though. In a good way, and, like, I guess just cases like that, kind of bad, or just, like, alright. Even back in the old, quote-unquote, the old days, or I guess it probably wasn't even that long ago, like, what, 70s or 80s, like, I don't know, maybe if you live in, like, a small town, yeah, but I also don't get how people can, like, sleep at night comfortably and, like, voluntarily doing that. That's just not in my nature. Well, just, like, the thing was, like, oh, like, we have friends and family coming in often. You can give them keys. If they're that trustworthy, you can give them keys. And make sure they lock the door behind them, too. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just, the possibility of anyone coming in. They can also knock, that's true. They got hands. But, I don't know, yeah, people are just... I don't know, I guess maybe, if not too trustworthy, sometimes it happens, you get to be forgetful, but just doing that, like, every single day to your own accord, I just still kind of get nervous about that, that's all. I carry something with me, and I very rarely, like, keep my eyes from, like, looking around me, I guess. It's just also something I was, like, grown up and taught to do, just, I barely keep my eyes, like, straight forward and not looking around for more than, like, 30 seconds whenever I'm, like, walking out and about, I guess. Just, like, down the street, and even, like, at any time of day, probably, like, night a bit more frequently than day, but, just general safety concerns. I try not to be, like, too, like, overly cautious when not necessarily need be, but, I like the mantra, better safe than sorry, I guess. Even if, like, there's nothing presently in mind for me to, like, be worrisome about, I guess it's just, it makes me feel better, pretty much. Yeah, same, Dareth. I try not to, I try not to do that. I've tried to start to learn to, like, walk with my eyes, like, halfway down, or just as if I, like, have my phone in my hand, or, that's why I also, like, usually walk out the house with, like, over-the-ear stereo headphones, in my ear, or over top my ear, rather, just so I can, like, always seem like I'm pretty much busy, because I don't really want to talk to people, or, start anything, give them a chance to do anything. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, Phoenix. Those are good times. I think I know what clip that is, too. And you are very sweet, Eternal. Is this just because I'm gonna do your taxes? Aren't you a doll? Wow, I've been working on trying to finish this dual sheet for an hour. I think I'll just try to finish up literally this one full body, then I really should probably just... I know I have, like, these other things up here to finish up, but I can, like, do this a little later. I kind of do want to go ahead and, like, get other things started, so I will finish this up, and we'll see what else we have to work on today. That's what I was kind of worried about again with streaming, but I'm still enjoying myself otherwise. It's Friday, I'll just try to keep it chill. Although I really had to remind myself it's Friday. It's felt like Friday for me for, like, the last 3 days. For some reason, I don't know why. It's definitely just been like this in general for like the last year. Hey, Dawsian twinsies. It really be like that, given the, given your certain environment. Also, in a way, I'm not used to listening to only music. By the by, usually when I'm by myself, I'm usually like flipping between like, I don't know, hearing like those automated Reddit stories, just reading some stories from a certain channel I like, or just like watching / listening to like true crime documentaries. So this is kind of like a new field for me right now. Oh my god. I feel like Chronica doesn't really live around the area, does he? That just sounds like somewhere, literally, that's none of my business. Honestly, I'm probably bound to see some crap like that eventually around here. I saw a guy, not in the middle of the street, but I think literally like the first 3 days I was living here and I had to walk my dog, I think I literally... Okay, you know what, that sounds about right. I think in passing, like, on the side of the road, a person was parked and he was, like, blasting, like, Spanish music out and he was just, like, dancing along the road and people that were passing by were just, like, honking at him, like, in, you know, happiness. He wasn't blocking the road or anything, he was, like, on, like, where he could be, like, behind his parked car and everything, and I thought that was really cute. Okay, well, at least he had, like, some good intentions behind him then. But I just feel like depending on where you are in New York, let alone anywhere, but especially here, it seems like you just really gotta be careful about what you say, I guess. I know people have their own thoughts about it, like, yeah, but, like, what if you were in that situation? And obviously, again, I would appreciate it, but at the same time, like, in a moment, yeah, I'd be like, come on, guys, what the heck, but... No, people out here, they be kind of crazy. You know, just like, that's also my defense mechanism. I just try not to say anything. Or start anything. I've had some good encounters here, though. There's been some, like, things that have genuinely made me, like, smile. Just, you know, slight interactions with the public. I am pretty much like a hermit crab, yes, 100%. I'm class A introvert. Now, it's not like I like to try to see the better in people, but, you know, at this point in the world, it's just like, you know, so many examples of, like, you can't really do that as much, I guess, as often, and, you know, just people like to keep to themselves, so it's just like, I guess I'm joining the club in that way. See, I can respect that energy to an extent, Phoenix. I still try not to, like, I guess, adhere to, like, the panhandling sort of thing, even though I know, like, homelessness obviously is, like, genuinely, like, a thing that's kind of, like, you know, bad to do. Wow. I mean, it's bad that it happens, sorry, I don't know, like, my words. It's, like, genuinely just, like, a thing that happens, and I guess technically, like, giving it to just anybody, like, money, like, people that are actively... I guess outright asking for it, because, you know, you never know what they do with it, but still, I guess just, it depends on, I guess, the situation and your feelings, pretty much. Because I'd like to think that I would still do stuff like that, too, but usually I genuinely don't really have, like, change on me like that too often anyway. Especially because I don't really go outside much, so it's not like I could collect good enough of a read on that stuff yet. I don't know, I'd like to think, like, if someone genuinely was, like, I don't know, looking hungry and, you know, I honestly, like, had leftovers or something on me, if I just came out of, like, a restaurant or something, then I'd, like, give it to them. It's just, usually if it's, like, anything else but money, like, literally just, like, food, usually I'm like, yeah, go ahead. It's just, you know, obviously unfortunate this is a thing in general. Oh boy. That sounds about right. And it's cases like that too, again, where I know I said I was gonna skip this, whatever. That's why I just really commend retail workers even further, especially like, obviously any retail worker, but especially like gas station attendant type workers. God, you guys get all my respect for working that kind of job. When you have shit like that probably happening on the daily. That was my phone. I kind of every time I kind of think about like my one actual like WTF like gas station story. I think this happened when I was, I want to say, yeah, pretty much when I was a teen, probably like when I was 15 or 16. Back when I lived in Florida, we lived like literally like a 2-minute walk away from a 7-Eleven, and usually like when I get dropped off to school by my mom, because she drops me off, and then some years I got picked up by a family member, but last year of school I took the bus. I think this was like right before that. But we usually stop by a 7-Eleven as we head out the house just for like our quick breakfast. You know, she lets me get a coffee, we both get like a quick snack or something. And straight up, this guy, he wasn't high or anything. He just like kind of, with the biggest confidence and the biggest cojones, he kind of like went to the back of the store, like, you know, where just drinks and stuff are held. I think like he took like a 12-pack or something. I saw him in the corner of my eye. Obviously I tried not to stare, but you know, it's just like, oh, okay, this person's doing that, whatever, go back to my business. I was like getting my coffee and everything and just putting in sugars and everything, but then I heard like someone say, hey, and then I look up, I think it's the cashier like going at the guy, and apparently he's like hauling like 2 12-packs or something over his shoulders, and he straight up like ran out the door, and he went in like a getaway car that was waiting for him in the parking lot that I didn't even register, and I guess he just wanted something to drink that day. He was just getting ready for that evening. I think it was a Friday too, so sounds about right. And I don't know, in the moment, I think I was like so tired, because it was really another one of those days where like I literally don't want to be up right now. I was like, damn. Anyway, to be fair though, I'm kind of glad it was really just like that quick, and he didn't like make a big show. He didn't, you know, start pulling out or anything, you know, try to get people to stay away, because nobody went after him too. You can just for like 2 beer cases from a 7-Eleven. But I don't know, still, I feel like that could have gone much worse, so I guess in the moment I just really didn't care. And it didn't really register like in my head what could have happened until until like later that day when I actually got to think about it and I wasn't like dead ass tired. I don't even think my mom was in the store. I think she was just waiting for me in the car, and I don't think she even acknowledged that happened. She probably wasn't like paying attention to. I look back, I mean, even then I kind of thought like, that's kind of funny, but now especially I'm just like, damn. Yeah, that sucks. I get that kind of energy, too. I mean, maybe when I was younger, I probably would be, difficult for me to be quote-unquote rude to people, but I'm kind of glad, like, over the last few years, I've kind of just, like, stopped caring quite as much if I really do have somewhere to be or just, like, a bad feeling. You guys are bringing a memory. I think, actually, someone was, almost, I think, trying to kind of hit on me, I think, like, last month. It was at night too, so I actually was kind of like a little bit like, can we not do this? I had to like walk my dog, you know, at night, because I like stay up and I don't want him to be like uncomfortable waking me up, but also like having to go to the bathroom right before bed, so I had to take him out. And I think some guy on like a little motorbike, ones that aren't for the road, but you know, for like sidewalks, like an e-scooter, I think he was like going at like a steady speed to like down the road. But then, like, I think he slowed down, and gradually as he came up to me, and, I guess he was, you know, he did, like, the typical thing of, like, oh, hey, nice dog. I was like, thank you. And I had my headphones on, too, and everything. I was clearly trying to listen to something, not look at him, and then he, like, you know, was trying to ask for my name and everything, or like he was saying like, "How are you?" Asking for my name, and before I would usually be like, okay, or I'll probably even give him a fake name or something, but I literally was just like, listen, I gotta go, and thankfully he just, I guess, finally got the hint, or I don't know, maybe it's because other people were like starting to walk down the sidewalk, thank God, but I just, wow, excuse me, I just, I really realized how much I didn't care anymore, but I guess about seeming like rude, even though I was like obviously kind of like uncomfortable, and Noah tried to prompt it. He's like a small thing. He's a Yorkie Maltese mix. He probably thought he had something going for him, I guess. You got a dog, I got a scooter. Okay, no, I didn't think like that much. It's just like the fact that I literally wasn't in the mood to talk to anybody. But also, like, yeah, I wasn't exactly in the mood to... I mean, first of all, though, I don't know anyone who actually would, like, actively, quote-unquote, hit on me, because I'm ugly as fuck. But also, like, you know, I didn't want any trouble here, man. I didn't want any smoke. But yeah, I've also just, like, learned that some people really don't give a shit. And I guess they'll just shoot their shot, as they say. But thankfully, that's the only time that I can ever recall that, like, happening in recent years, unprompted, I will say. Damn, did I say something wrong? Okay, let me actually switch now. This is pretty much where we're at with this. And I will just finish the shading and extra little touches in the background later. Alright, give me a sec, guys. You won't be able to see it, but I'm just going over my list for today here. I highly doubt that would be the case, though. Anyone with the brain cell would not bother with me. Not saying that certain others don't have them, but I mean, like, I don't know, any person who would, like, want to waste their catcalling skills on me, rather. I guess let me say that. Thank you, Lance. Let's see. Who are you talking to? I know you're not talking to me. Oh man, that's hilarious. Anyway. Alright, looks like we got a illustration for this fella. What are we doing? Oh, looks like we got a Resident Evil type commission here. Hold on. Hey, don't you start. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm sure you would have beat me up. I was maybe mediocre at that game at best. That did have me shook. That and that far-fetched win, I was kind of mad. But we don't have to talk about that. Charge X was nothing against Blaziken. I mean, what? Sleeves being more loose. Okay. Oh no, I already. So now we need to hook up. Like a hallway. I almost wonder if I should maybe give playing this game a go. I do have a way of saying things, don't I? I'm not complaining, but dang. I really think I do know what clip that is, too. Hey, I really didn't think I would do it, though. When I think about that, too, I just wanted to be good at the game. I didn't think I could do it. I almost didn't do it, I feel. I know, sometimes I feel like Bally was just having a bad day. He definitely could have beat me. That is still one of, like, my good moments, though. I was, like, a little ticked off I didn't win against Flagger that one time, but not really, that was just a good match. That and against, Sir Spud, I'm kinda glad I got my redemption arc all in one day. Yeah, I did. I guess I just thought maybe I could get away with it for a little bit, but I don't know, the fact that I still did that much while holding on to it too much, I guess I was just still like the whole, you know, hold on to your resources until you feel like you really need it, but I guess like that was one of those instances where like, alright, the person who would have like launched it sooner, you got it. I see what you mean. I mean, Latios in general just seemed, he was very annoying from what I recall. My knowledge of Pokken in general probably can't really be, trusted, or really just has to be taken with, like, 10 grains of salt these days, because I can't really say that I really play much anymore, even though I kind of, like, casually enough still watch it. But, from what I last seen and still recall, yeah, he's annoying as hell. I don't know, maybe just because I felt too confident still in, like, my Lucario matchup abilities, and honestly, I feel like I'm still pretty comfortable in that matchup, but I forgot it was Flagger, so I guess at that point, sure, it was kind of my fault. I still had a good time. That was probably, like, that's probably still, like, one of my most, favorite sets I got to play. I just wish it got recorded. But I think that was, like, offline at, LCQ, so alright, let's see if I can actually sketch with a bit of an audience. They just want to be walking, tiptoeing down a mansion with a nervous expression in Rebecca's outfit. Okay, I thought so. I'm sure you do. I can tell. I kind of had a little too much fun sometimes. Hey, some people just kind of need to learn how to block in the game. Including me. But some other people too. Probably use the advice. Okay, yeah, if you want to bring up old crap like that, sure, but I mean, it didn't though, did it? And hey, it kind of came in handy sometime. If I had the distance with me, what's the point of looking? Tease him, make him think that you're totally gonna like 5x in neutral. Or do something. And I feel like it came in handy for me sometimes. Oh, thank you, Barone. Yeah, honestly, I will say, like, when I start new sketches, it really does seem, like, kind of bad. I tend to, like, do it up to the whole thing before I start saving, but I should get into the habit of actually doing this prior. What's the name of this? Mal. about that. Blaziken doesn't do that much damage to himself. Oh god. The zombie dude, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I don't know why you're getting triggered by facts. I'm just saying. It's really not that bad. Yeah, my computer, just the power supply on my old PC, like really just losing its strength, kind of like especially hit it to me. But I definitely hear horror stories about 3D programs not being very kind to people. Took me a while, but I eventually got into the habit of Control S-ing. How do I want these arms to look? Hold on. Or maybe... I don't know how to draw guns and weaponry yet, but I think this is probably the... It's a possibility. I don't really play Pokken as much as I once did, though. Just you know, among whatever other reasons, I guess I just kind of gradually fell out of it. Not that I don't have general interest in it, because I'll still, like, maybe occasionally lurk streams if I ever happen to see them, but I think it's mainly just because of, you know, COVID stuff. And I really liked getting to do things offline, but obviously that hasn't been able to be a thing for, like, the last year and a half, so I just kind of fell out of it. But if they pop up again gradually, maybe, and, you know, Pokken just happens to be a thing, because I'm going to go to events regardless, you know, with the Twix and everything. Oh, this looks bad. But, you know, like, if Pokken happened to be there, it's like, something I guess I can just enter just because. It'll give me a reason to practice again. I don't know when the next, like, big, quote-unquote, tournament I'll be able to go to, though. Oh, wait, there is a Pokken, or I guess Pokemon Worlds happening, isn't there still? I didn't realize it was, like, maybe offline. I think it was the London one. Unless I'm just thinking of something completely different and off. I don't know when the next big thing I'm gonna go to is, though. I think Twix does want to still try to, like, definitely go to, like, something towards the end of this year. He might try to make it to one of the events happening, I think, in either August or September, maybe. If NEC is happening, they'll definitely, he's more than likely gonna want to make it to that, especially because we're significantly closer to the event. Oh, okay, I thought I remember hearing about that. And I would definitely have to get, like, a passport or something if that's how those things work, if I ever wanted to go to, like, something out of state like that. Out of the country. And at least you actually can play games that aren't the same thing over and over again. Oh yeah! CEO is happening. I mean, okay, let me be real. He's probably gonna, like, try to go to every single thing that he can, as he normally liked and still would love to do. It's just a matter of, I guess, planning and stuff still. And I guess just making sure dates and arrangements and stuff can line up. But I don't know when specifically I can maybe go to one is. If not due to work, just because also I would have to start arranging for someone to watch my dog at times here. It was just kind of a bit easier to do, like, certain arrangements before, but I just feel like it would maybe be a bit more tedious at times at the moment. But we will see. See, Phoenix gets it. Zoom tight. Yeah, I almost kind of want to play Resident Evil or give it a try. I never was really a horror fanatic in general, let alone horror games, but I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm missing out. Hey Dareth, when are you playing FNAF? I've still been waiting for like 4 years, man, for that day. And you have yet to do it. If I could do it, I have full faith in you. I just always hear about, god damn it, I just always hear about, and especially with the village thing or whatever that came out, something about hands not really being a thing that you get privilege of having, or I guess your fingers specifically. I guess it just sounds kind of neat, and I guess the way that the characters talk. I promise you FNAF isn't that badly scary. You would have a grand old time. I feel like that would be the only thing I would be jittery about, especially if Ethan or whoever is like right-handed. Just like the thought of that kind of like really, ooh, it would make me jitter. But I feel like it would add to the experience. Man, I mean, I could kind of get it. I don't know, maybe it just helps because I'm like low-key furry trash still, and like they were animals. But I guess if it weren't for that, I probably also would have been scared. I don't know, given the company that I keep, I have like different thoughts about like, you know, them taking you and stuffing you into like a costume. It's just like, oh, that's just another weekend for me. A certain weekend for me. But I guess I could understand if you're not used to that kind of thing. I don't know, they're tucking you to bed to go to sleep. Yeah, you know Dacian. I'm sure you would appreciate that too. Nice and soft, fuzzy place to be. Hell yeah, dude. Have you tried being in fursuit and then all of a sudden you feel like, you know, like when you feel like a pebble or something in your shoe when you're randomly walking? Have you ever tried having that when you're on like the con floor in like 10 pounds of faux fur and the same thing happens? It's totally the same thing. Or I don't know, like when you wear glasses and you know, it presses against your face slightly. It's probably the same thing. Man, I'm sure you've outgrown. I'm sure if you gave it another shot, you would be able to get through it. They're your friends. They just want to see you smile. Did I have one? I can't say I remember a lot of my FA days specifically. And I did have a lot of icons actually, now that you mention it. That sounds about right for something I would do at one point or another. Been in one? You're wondering about that. All I need to do is show you my closet. I still technically have two. Alright, Name your price or your deal. What would it take? Because I'm still waiting. I haven't forgotten. I've been waiting for every Halloween at least, just to be on point with the occasion. Control S. That's me. That's probably me. God damn it. Okay, I don't have that kind of bot money though. But I got you. Maybe you have one too many zeros in that first response though, because I think you've hit that before. You definitely have. Are you kidding me? And if that's the case, you owe us quite a few games there, mister. I'll get you to play it one day, Dareth, don't worry. I'm still figuring out how, but... Damn it. Do we have to... So we're just gonna play mean. Alright, I got it. I bet you would have so much fun playing it now. You're just making yourself miss out on some glorious times. You know how much fun everybody would have with that? I'm just saying, you're missing out. FNAF. And I'm sure you would have fun over time seeing us have a good time. Hey, I got time. Take your time. Yeah, see, and yet, if you could get through that game, you definitely could get through FNAF. That's like a baby game compared to Resident Evil, from what I hear. I kinda would've watched that clip now, but this is not an awful gun. I kinda would've watched the clip, but I also don't wanna ruin the ambiance right now. But I'm gonna save that. I could imagine though. Wait a sec, I actually... No, I think I did. I think I remember Dareth showed a compilation on stream, actually. I think I was there for that. And I think this is what that part was a part of. I actually do remember what that is. I am upset that I did miss that live. And yet you can make so many more memories, though, if you just play FNAF. Yeah, I thought so. That is when he showed it then. I do not know how guns work. It's like... I'll just... Oh, we'll fine-tune it later down the line. Oh, I could kind of see it from that perspective then, maybe. It probably just does help me that, you know, I just see animals. I like it. That's when you know you have real friends there. See, then you could just call a friend over while you play FNAF. I don't know why you're making so many excuses, honestly. It could be that simple. Yeah, I'm sure he would be more than happy to for this as well. Honestly, I think you're just running out of excuses at this point. You might as well just start setting up stream, like, tonight. Plus, if it makes you feel better, I actually... okay, you know what? That's the most progress I've seen in like 4 years. I'll take it. But if it makes you feel better, actually, I think I never did finish the 4th game. What was that? Sister Location, because even I actually finally got a little too spooked by it. I think it was like that room where I feel like you won't really care about much, like, I feel like you won't really care very much about like spoilers of like what to expect, and I don't think it really shares anything about the lore. But there's like this room I think that you have to like gradually crawl through, and I think Mangled like slowly like gets closer to you, and I forget how the mechanics work, but that shit really got to me. I couldn't finish it. That's the only thing I remember, and that one definitely got to me. I think that was what I was stuck on. And I never finished it again. I meant to, totally, the next day, but it just kind of stayed on the back burner for like 5 years. Hey, we need to be kind of... I will say, I can handle horror games better than I can horror movies, and even in horror movies lately, I've kind of been, like, allowing myself to get into. I recently got into Saw, actually, surprisingly. I think it helps to kind of, like, watch those videos. It's like how to beat these traps, and then like the logistics of it, and it kind of is like low-key stupid and like, are you fucking kidding me in some points, which kind of helped, because I recently watched Spiral 2. That was pretty good to me. I don't think I'm like suddenly immune to horror movies, because those shits definitely gave me nightmares when I was like 12, but I'm more tolerant these days. Okay, fair enough. I probably don't really know, like, the full story past, like, the early games, too. Just, like, you know, kids killed, something about a purple guy. He stuffed them in, suits. And, that's pretty much the extent of it with my knowledge, but, you know, I kind of didn't really stick around for the lore as much as other people, so much as I did just... I guess the lore helped, but I just like seeing, I guess, the scares also, pretty much. And I guess the lore that, you know, the AUs, I guess, that people came up with. To be fair, I am thankful for FNAF, because that's the game that introduced me to Corey Kenshin. And I think he still probably is, like, my favorite YouTuber. And probably, like, the only one I actively like to watch and listen to when I actually get the chance to. I have a huge backlog of his videos I need to eventually get through, though, but his FNAF series is definitely, like, what introduced me to his channel. Because I found him through, like, a wiki page, because I also was into, like, that stuff, too, and it was like, oh, there's the Foxy glitch, where sometimes, like, the thing, like, the voice sound for him goes through, but he's not at the door, and, like, the voice, or the door gets stuck, but the time keeps going until you win, and that happened on his channel, and he was used as a reference, and I actually watched this whole thing, and I was like, oh, I actually like this guy. And, I've been a fan ever since. Undertale lore was also... I think those games did come out the same year, didn't they? That was that was kind of like that was a year for indie games, that's for sure. I also kind of was... I was more into Undertale lore than that FNAF, I would say. Definitely kind of like spoke to me in some ways. And I also did just like watching fan dub channels for that more than anything else. Well, I appreciate getting to actually find out about you, finding out about me through that means. I remember you when you were just an egg on Twitter. And now look at you. Bigger and better than ever. That really has been a long while. 6 years, jeez. He's hatched, I say he's hatched, y'all. What a wonderful time. Well, that's how, okay, back in our day, that's what they used to be, instead of like the freaking, I'm in, silhouettes of like, just a top half of human bodies. It used to be eggs that you get as like a default icon on Twitter. That's how I remember it being. Oh gee, I remember that too. Man, I remember when I used to watch live streams on the regular. I also miss those times. It used to be so much simpler back then. I used to just love chilling out and watching friends draw. I remember Dingo Roo's streams too. Those kind of were like just a big part of like my every other day. This used to always be a fun time. And Kipper too. Those are always just like my favorite go-to places. Like art streams for me back then were like I don't know, it was like the game, you know, like I guess like it was like Super Bowl Sunday for me, like every weekend. Yeah, sometimes I usually think that the Twitter icons, like by default when you make a new account, are still eggs. I completely forgot when they changed that, but I kind of wish they like went back to some, because it made more sense too, because, you know, bird icon and everything. I don't know, I guess they just felt like they had to mess with that too. I can't say I'll teach you correctly, but I can say numbers, and we'll see what happens. We can see how the mood takes us. Hey, you're right. I kind of never, I barely paid attention myself to until like I don't know, I just like started noticing, you know, like when you get like the no icon people sometimes in like popular threads, and eventually I just noticed, wait a second, that's not an egg. I think that's been a thing for like at least 3 if not 4 years now. I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Botchian's streams is where I did find out about you, Barone. Then with Gree. I know she, or at least like I was never around like early enough where I think maybe she did streams, but I definitely was like just a fan of her work for sure. And of course still am. Whenever I happen to catch her work. She really seems like she's been moving up and on since she went to school. Yeah, I really will eventually get into Clip Studio Paint. I don't really think I'm into these default brushes anymore, per se. I used to, I know when I was like a bored, like, you know, preteen, I used to like kind of just like sometimes lurk through like past journal entries on FA when it was like easier to use that website to an extent. And, you know, I actually did, like, check that website, like, pretty much every day, and I would just sometimes linger on it just to, like, see, you know, what's the new art today? And, just when I was, like, bored, I would just, like, look through past journal entries, if they were ever still up, and I think I caught 1 or 2 instances where apparently she did, like, have a stream happening, but that was even, like, a year or 2 before I actually found out about her, and started more, quote-unquote, religiously using Fur Affinity. I think I would love a lot of what Clip Studio Paint has to offer. Apparently it has like a text tool kind of thing going on with it too, which honestly I feel like that would be better for me at times versus when I actually have to like write out dialogue and art pieces that tend to ask for it. Oh yeah, open canvas, that always was really fun. I did loathe those nights where situations did happen. I guess you know, I think cross-country stuff was going on. Yeah, I know, like, my, Oh, no, it's all good. I'm definitely, like, just fine with, like, writing it out. It's not a problem with me actually, like, having to write individual letters. It's just, like, my handwriting isn't that good, and I kind of want it to be better for commissioners when I have to include all those individual letters. That's all. But you're more than fine. As is anyone if they happen to want to ask for that kind of thing in their pieces. I really wanted to have fun drawing with you that night too. I remember like that 6-month period where I did get a chance to work with you know, just various people just drawing stuff. It was really fun. In a way, I kind of wish I could like find more time, or just like my brain would let me do fun stuff like that again with people, but I guess I still gotta work on that within myself, just like how I need to, in general, let myself chill out so I can maybe play games eventually. Alright, this sketch. Probably took a lot longer on a sketch than I normally would by myself, but this is, well, I think pretty much done. Like, done for showing of progress. Okay. Let's see this. PNG. Let's see, what else do we have to do now? I guess that is kind of true. I just, in terms of like just trying to get things done speedy and fast enough for like the individual commissioners, I just wonder, maybe I should be a bit faster. But I mean, if people do happen to enjoy, then I guess I should just relax and let it be. If I felt like my work process was actually interesting to see, I probably would like maybe record things I did too. Though that's also kind of why I want to get into Procreate, or like maybe learn to work with it better, that I wouldn't have to consciously think about recording, and if I did want to upload things, it has that default recording feature. Oh, we got some Telegram stickers to work on now. One sec, guys. I'm getting the old reference sheet. An old favorite. I would definitely like that. It actually is kind of crazy that I have yet to cross paths with you, Barone. But I definitely would still not be opposed to that, if ever wanted. I'm sure cons will come back eventually, and it probably would help if I at least made my way out to a con that seems to be like the halfway point for, you know, those in the US and UK, or just anywhere outside of the US to meet up, which seems to be, I guess, usually further confusion. It seems to be like in California, seems to be like that halfway point that people outside of the States are willing to travel to. And, which makes sense too, because there's like, you know, stuff to do in California too, aside from just the con. I have yet to actually go to that one though. I've yet to be to California in general. I probably wouldn't mind going there someday. Let's see, I gotta get these details. People tell me I'm still like kind of fast, but I guess I just still find that kind of hard to believe. I feel like I've gotten slower in the last several years. When I was like 13, I feel like I could like churn out so many more images in like a shorter amount of time, or just things in general. But maybe it's just like my own perception of me getting more and more realistic. Well, I do appreciate it then. I'm just flattered when people I'm flattered when people still have interest in any of my stuff at all. That I can, even for me, see. Like, I will say that I feel that my art has improved now, like, compared to just 2 years ago. It's just, like, the speed. I tend to still be kind of, like, you sure about when it comes to, like, people saying that kind of thing. There is nothing wrong with being a little thick. Or, you know, baggy shorts. Also, I feel like I took longer on the sketch, like, than I normally would when I'm just, like, by myself and not having, like, an audience to, like, make sure I keep engaged. You know, I want to make sure, again, I'm getting to everybody. And also, yeah, you're probably not missing much, honestly, like, coming to America, except, I don't know, maybe, like, our big portions here, but, hell, I would like to see, I don't know, I think it would probably be cool to, like, eventually go outside the States someday. I have yet to do that as well. Depends on who you're talking to, Eternal. I feel like that's the reason why I think... I don't know, doesn't Tony the Tiger no longer have a Twitter account or something with that, or they just really tend to not tweet so much anymore for reasons? It's definitely thanks to Twix's help why I've even managed to, like, mostly get through with the commissions given my queue. I think you are right, though. I have taken at least over 100 commissions during this past year alone. Probably, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's much more than that, but if you had to, like, be super generous on a small number, it's definitely been at least 100. Let's see. Is this gonna be stickers? So the canvas needs to be small. I guess I am just slightly getting distracted just because I have to, you know, look over a chat every few minutes, make sure I'm not missing anything. I guess it just depends. I just feel like I'm going slower, that's all. But I do still try to be speedy all the same. Oh, I don't know what's about this song, this just made me think about something else to play, like music-wise. I don't know why I didn't think about it sooner. This reminds me of one of the beginning songs in Banjo-Kazooie. I think, like, when you're messing around with... I think it's like the first hallway music that you encounter when you boot up the game and, like, you're starting, like, in the middle of it somewhere. I think close by to where the very first world is. That's what this little beat's reminding me of. Oh, for sure, McDareth. I would be happy to see it. I know I'm still, like, tedious with Discord, like, even more than usual lately, just responding to stuff, but I do love seeing those potential things. But obviously there's never any rush. Oh, who's singing this? Well, those reasons sound kind of sus. Like, Barone Shush. I can't really pinpoint a certain scenario, I want to say. Maybe, I I don't know, I guess maybe just like vibes that have to do with the vibes. Maybe that deal with the, I don't know, just like chilling out and relaxing in just like a casual capacity, I suppose. Maybe like if you're, I don't know, just like laying down and relaxing by yourself or with other people, or maybe just about to enjoy some good food. Oh my god, Darren, I'm sorry. Well, hey, I guess this is like payback for, I don't know, when I think the same thing if I send people messages, in the rare instance that I do. I guess it's just like my, you know, the question of like, what's your favorite food? It tends to change every day pretty much. Like if you asked me last week, I would have said sushi 100%, but now this week, I would probably say fried chicken, which I'm still really excited to make that in a little while. Or, you know, like pizza. Pizza especially has been like, oh my god. This cookbook that I have, like with this particular pizza dough recipe, and just like, I'm realizing that the key to pizza overall is doing the whole refrigeration rise. I don't think I can ever go back to just like, you know, leave yeast to rise on the counter for 1 hour. That's like completely inferior to me now. Yeah, definitely. Low-key, I'm not saying, because I never really think of this, I never think about anything I do like this highly, but I will say I feel like for the most part I have yet to encounter a pizza that tastes like better enough than the pizza I've been managing to make as of recently. Just like in terms of the dough, the toppings have been, you know, like they're just toppings, anyone can get some pepperoni anywhere, but it's just like the way that the dough is made. But there's been a place I kind of like encountered the other day that is like a very close second. I think it's called like Reg's Pizza or something like that. It's like a not too far away from where we live, and it like is really good. And the slices are fucking huge. When I heard of like the order by the slice thing, I was just, you know, thinking, oh, it's like a typical like, I don't know, 12 or 14 inch like Domino's pizza or whatever. But then when I got that order, like the fact that just like one slice took up like a whole entire box by itself. This place is crazy. It has just been really nice experimenting with the food around here in general, though. I have not been complaining at all about it. That and this this Korean place that is also nearby our home too. It's just something about like their fried rice and their kimchi. I never normally, kimchi is one of those other things. It's like I've never had it before, but just something about it when I heard what it's consisted of is like, I want to try that, and it ended up being like super delicious. Their pork belly buns and their kimchi fried rice is like divine. Oh, we reached the end of that soundtrack. Oh, actually I did when I happened to, like, get them last time, about, like, a week or two back. Let's see. Yes. Actually, I think one of the topping options that you had, because you could have kimchi and then you could add extra protein, I think I did try bulgogi at one point. Another time was, like, spicy pork, and that was pretty delicious. I do want to try like other things at some point from like a Korean barbecue place, but it's just, those already have been my go-to. That might be the equivalent of like, go to a new restaurant, just order their chicken tenders and fries. When you have nothing else going for you. It's like super delicious. Though, and I would not complain. I think when my family, I think my mom and my sister and a couple of my nieces, well, no, all my nieces and nephews are, nephew are coming for my birthday next month, and we're likely gonna have that at some point when we're gone, so I am gonna try to like try something new finally, but I will not be surprised if I just still get that fried rice. It's like super delicious. I do want to try like their actual meat though. I guess like I don't know if they make. I didn't know they made brisket. That already sounds good. But like, you know, ribs or just anything like Korean style barbecue. That sounds like it'll be super delicious. Let's see, what's this next one? Okay. Another lovely this sticker. I'd like to eventually like make my own recipes involving like any of those different meats in general. I would like to explore and just get a chance to cook. But I did try to I know I said a bit earlier, I did like get to make oxtail the other week because I got to experiment and it was pretty cool. I'm glad I'm glad I made it successfully. It was actually edible. I know it's probably like a simple meat compared to others, but I like to improve upon my skills in the kitchen where and when I can. I would eventually like to experiment with the lamb, I would say, and like I guess goat in general too. A lot of FGCs seem to have that, don't they? Just like with certain games. Wasn't it with Pokken, like, you guys went to like either IHOP or Denny's or some crap after every tournament, assuming you could even arrange anything? And what was it? It was either Skullgirls or Killer Instinct. They're the folks that had to play in like the Wendy's parking lot to get their practice in. Either way, sounds like a good time. This is the song I was like thinking of from one of those last songs in the Animal Crossing soundtrack. This song's so good. I have yet to actually play Banjo-Tooie 2. That is also something on my gaming bucket list I would like to eventually get to. Hell, I actually have never finished or seen the ending of Banjo-Kazooie. When I was like younger, I always got stuck on like the world with that big metal fish monster. Pups, I know. Oh man. If only I played Smash or understood enough to understand this talk. Maybe when Orlando eventually remembers how to moderate one. Or learns how to moderate one, rather. I've tried having, like, a Discord server of my own a couple of times, but, I guess it's just really too much, like, effort and work for me, personally, to keep up with it. Even though, like, the desire is just there, I think it takes, like, a stronger brain that I do not possess. Yeah, I really need to finish this game at some point. Oh, I see. That sounds... I mean, isn't that kind of what people did? Like, I guess, like, if you maybe considered, like, when people assign, like, L and R, like, the default burst attack buttons to, like, one specific trigger or something. That kind of is like the impression I'm getting from that description. Yeah, I'll finish this game one day. I did try to go back to it at some point, and I think I got as far as like the Halloween-esque type esque type level, and I think I got past that one huge gate, but then I kind of like stopped for the night there, and I just never returned for it, and that was like a year ago. Oh, I see. That sounds like you kind of have to have a bigger brain for that. I don't think that could be me. But then again, in general, like freaking hell, hitboxes, that seems like you have to have a special bit of extra patience at the beginning with those. Even though I know it's like similar to like arcade sticks and everything, just like more mobile obviously, but I guess it makes sense because I've never really played in the arcades before. They do tend to do that. I think it was honestly I think that lava stage, and you kind of went, was it like a door or something, like a, not a talking door, a talking like book or something, and I think it had to do with like when you go to the beach level and you had to type out Banjo-Kazooie, or like you had the body slam on it. I think it had to do with that. I was something about the whole aura of that lava map, and trying to get past like or across the bridge and everything without falling. It was definitely a task for me. That was kind of scary. Puffs, please. Hello, Tony. Hello. Yeah, that was it. It's been a minute since I've seen that. I guess like that's still like kind of foggy in my mind because I'm not used to seeing it as often, like as I would encounter freaking, who is it, Bubba? I think he was like that hippo seal thing in the in Beach Cove. I definitely remember him in freaking Snackers. Snackers is the scariest part of that game. Everyone complains about like the fish and everything like in the sewer stage, but Snackers is horrifying. Like every time I heard his music and like the like the chomping sounds, like that always gave me such anxiety as a kid. He was always terrifying. I'm doing as okay as I can be, as I hope you are as well. It's been a year. We're getting through it. Oh, for sure. It's always good to see you, Dossian, and I hope you you enjoy the rest of your day and weekend. It's always good to see you. Definitely take care. Yeah, it's like the game barely gives you any warning too, I swear. Sometimes like you just dip your toes in the water and he'll like immediately come. I always like hated trying to get that one Jinjo. Like, of course they had to put it, like, right there. It was, like, always so close yet so far. I think the theme went. Always horrifying. I could always see that as being like pretty, it's just like horrific, and it's like he never starts off in the same place that like you last see him, right? It's like he'll be on your left before he disappears, and excuse me, and he'll start like going back towards the water, but then like if you go in that same spot, it's like he'll come at you from the other side, and it's always terrifying. Excuse me. Oh my god, hold on. Just the thought spooked me. Lucky. Just the thought of him got caught in my throat. Yeah, I don't know. And what is it that, is it Super Mario 64? I think there's like also some kind of like big, like, teeth-heavy fish monster too that like everyone always like goes back to in their childhood, and they're like, what were they thinking putting this in a kid's game? But that thing has nothing compared to Snackers for me. Yeah, the eel. I don't think I've ever, or like, I think I have maybe finished Super Mario 64, but I don't remember that character for some reason. I think Snackers really just had like that much of an impact on me. I could rarely ever remember him, even though he obviously is very terrifying. But to be fair, if I had no idea what to expect, that probably would freak me the hell out. I forgot about the piano. That thing really was horrible. I think I didn't like the piano very much either. Oh man, I love you guys. There's so much childhood trauma. Wow, you are bringing me back in the... Also, hello, Toothpick, if I didn't say it before. I hope you are doing well. I forgot about that. I think I do remember that level, actually. It has been a hot minute for me with these, but... when they are mentioned again, they definitely don't miss. Oh yes, this was the level, alright. I wonder if they include the change of tune in this one. Seeing, I think his name was Bubbles in this round, it did, like, humor me. Just something about him, his burp hiccup dialogue. It just brought, like, an odd comfort to me in the middle of, you know, the trauma that the sharks would give. It's just very sweet. Good, good. I'm glad to hear. That and, I know, the joy about finding, like, my first, the first, like, time you get to experiment with, like, the red feather skill, and you actually get to fly with Kazooie, that always brought, like, a joy to my heart. Hello, Kodai. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are having a good day, evening, night, whatever time it may be for you. Yeah, God. Every time I... See, this is where it gets dangerous, right? Every time I hear, like, any of this music for, like, longer than 2 minutes, I just immediately want to play this game. It always just brings back good childhood memories. Even when I, like, was just too stupid as a kid to get past the sewer level by myself. I'm proud of myself for getting past it, like, when I finally, like, tried it last year, and I didn't have to look up any guides or anything. And for the most part, the Sahara Desert level, I was kind of proud of myself for that too. But I don't know, just like every time I just like really want to get to playing this game. Because it just, yeah, like, it seems like you really do have to like actually use your brain a bit. But like it's not like super complex even for like young kids. I mean, with exceptions just like moi, but still. It just feels like good when you, excuse me, when you get stuff done in it. And I think I really want to experience that for the first time. And especially since like, since I've never played or seen Tui, it seems like it would almost be like a completely newly released game for me that I could just experiment with. But I don't want to skip ahead to it. I want to like actually finish the first game eventually. Oh, that's good. That always sounds like a good day. It kind of was last week. There were like a lot of cloudy and even like rainy days. It's been nice the last couple of days. Then the heat that's been passing through like a lot of places, it seems it's been like slightly alleviated the last few days. I could actually imagine that. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Clanker, that was his name. I kind of felt like a bit tedious doing that too, because I never really liked staying underwater for very long. Like as a kid, it seems like I played around too much, and it like just when I thought, okay, now I'll go back up, and it's like I barely had like one honeycomb left to my name. and I just made I made those two like oh. Speaking of, we're on the drippy place now. Oh, are you kidding me, Derek? That's actually a good point though. I probably should do that. I didn't think very much about it. But there's definitely like a whole commodity of furries I've noticed this last year or so that's definitely been making names on Twitch. I don't know if you've seen like those VR chat models, but there's definitely like more than just for VR chat. It just seems like they have a way of doing that just I guess like to be like their own VTubers in a way. I think it's like the similar program, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I've just seen like a growth of it in the last year. That's a good point. True. I guess the art tag also is like relatively new compared to like everything else. I think that's only been a thing for like, what, 2, maybe 3 years now? I was recently made aware that apparently there's a hot tub and beach tag now for some reason here. Which I don't know why, but if the top one is apparently going to be about otters swimming, then I guess it's not so bad. I guess people would stream even like mobile games. Freaking Raid Shadow Legends. I guess I could see that. I guess it just always seemed like something maybe you'd just make video recordings about for YouTube. That they are. I guess I've just, you know, I'm not really into like Twitch community stuff as a whole as much. I don't really pay attention to all that, so I didn't really know that that was a there was a rising demand and commodity for that until like a couple days ago. I was like, alright, you got it. Oh no, okay. I get why, like, for some people that would be a thing, like, okay, listen, you do you, but at the same time, I would imagine, like, at that point, why not still just be under the just chatting? It seems like, generically, you could still, like, make use of that category with that, and still it would fall under TOS, just like, hey, you know, cover your bits accordingly, and all is well. If you wouldn't wear it, like, I don't know, at your grandmother's place, then, you know, but I guess the world is changing around us. Oh man, I wish. I don't think I'm quite there yet, though. Today's video is sponsored by Northshark VPN. Northshark. Oh, what? It's kind of dumb. Like, low-key, I could see myself, like, just, I don't know, wearing, like, barely anything. What if it's, like, hot outside? Hey, Serpentress. Hope you're doing well, hun. Bet the Twitch mods are totally in their birthday suits at home, just casually chilling out, and then probably talking to their friends on Discord. Probably have their webcams on. No. Alright, fine. I get it. Oh my god, this stage gave me anxiety too. Freaking, this is the frog leg stage, isn't it? Where, like, Kazooie, she finds the boots and she can, like, go through those apparently putrid waters. I would get so anxious trying to make sure I got through, like, the, swamp to the ice level fast enough. Man, but it's so cozy in this, attire. Are you kidding me? Especially with the weather lately, I would look at you weird if you were wearing anything more than what's necessary, in my eyes. Birthday suits are wonderful when you're allowed to wear them. Oh. Swader, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Actually, well, I have been going for... You heard no such thing. I don't look good in a bathing suit. I'm not saying anyone should see it, but like, you know, if you want to do it, then hey, it's your choice. I actually didn't realize I've been streaming for a while. I don't know how long, but... Oh wow, it's been like 3 hours. Well, thanks for joining me, guys. I think I'll probably still go on for at least like another hour or so, maybe until like 7, if not maybe 8 o'clock. Because I know I'm definitely not really going to get through this work list super much after all. I really would have to get accustomed to actually working efficiently. Maybe if I did make a... First of all, hello Nathan. Welcome, welcome. But if I actually did try like stream more often, I probably would just have days where I tried to only focus on doing commission work like off stream so I could get things done faster. Than maybe if I had like slower days, I would just do this to technically still feel accomplished. Well, yeah, maybe on not this streaming channel. Oops, sorry. Nobody needs to see that here, though. If I'm the one doing it. I don't need to do that to y'all. I don't hate anybody that badly. See, this is why you guys have to read between the lines like Eternal. I do like doing these kind of stickers, I will say too, just like simple cutesy stuff like this makes me feel nice. Thank you. Hey Geek Fox, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm also hoping these are actually coming out okay. I feel kind of like I'm not doing these stickers completely justice, especially for Tycoon, but we'll see what he thinks. Ironically, I think I did happen to hear about that this morning when I like woke up. I kind of read Twitter like the paper, and I mean, to be fair, I literally never heard of OnlyFans until like, I don't know, to normies it was like this super controversial, you're sharing nudes publicly and voluntarily kind of thing. But I don't know, to me that's like, okay, anyway, the sky is blue. I like, who else is really gonna like keep using it? There's definitely like other websites. That's like if Reddit also took like a Tumblr turn and stopped allowing you to post certain things. Oh, thank you for the follow as well, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely been a while. I know I'm not really like the most extroverted or talkative. And yeah, we've just been listening to... We started with Bug Snacks and now we ended up here. I definitely do need to just listen to the soundtrack much more often in general. That's what they are to me. People that like really just get weirded out about stuff like that, frankly, I just can't help but to think like you're a little too normal for my taste, I guess. Not for my taste per se, but just like maybe my mind is too far gone. Maybe that's what I should say. Maybe it's a little too late for me. But to me, that like stuff like that is just like on the regular. It'll probably take quite a bit for me to even be like, I don't know about that, fam. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just reading the description of this here, this next one. I like to try to visualize it in my head first. I guess in theory if that was a thing, but I know I guess it helps that I don't think I'll ever want kids, so I don't really have to worry about that. So, you know, how am I gonna manage that other channel if I'm too busy having mouths to feed. Wink. Okay, I think I got it. I mean, at that point, if they turned 18, then, you know, that's their life to live, but yeah, I could probably also see that. I didn't say it would be a YouTube channel. I did not say that. I see. You know what? Fair enough. I mean, I could probably multitask. You know, gotta work the occasional odd job. I just feel like it depends on what I'm working on. Like maybe when I actually learn how to, like, I don't know, do more complex, quote-unquote complex, or just certain levels of coloring, I guess. I just feel like my work maybe isn't at a point of, like, you know, people would actually want to watch progress of this, I guess. But I definitely could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time I was wrong about a thing, ever. Let alone, I guess even I should admit by now, concerning my art. Certainly didn't think I would still be doing this, like 5 years ago. Not because I wouldn't want to, of course, just like, you know, I figured, you know, the luck would finally dry out, people would kind of realize, hey, there's other places to be that you could throw your money at. But, I remain grateful to this day. That's assuming I watched anime. It would probably just be like old-time / older cartoons. Or the, and then that he stream edits at. Oh yeah, the stage was like tedious to do for the first time, but it was fun. Yeah, I'd freaking stream Tom and Jerry all day. Well, we'll see. How about I make a proposition with you? We can do that. If you at least boot up the loading screen for FNAF. And maybe play one level. God damn. Well, hey, I don't know what to tell you then. Seems we're at an impasse. And I'll get it one day. I'll get it from you. When I get that email notification saying Dareth has gone live for 5, don't even need to read the rest. I'll be right there. Regardless. I'll get it. Eventually. I guess it doesn't need to be, like, frowning. Man, I really forget how much of a bop this one is. Should I actually play Nuts and Bolts though, after the first two, would be the real question. Even with the knowledge going in that it's not what I think it should be for a Banjo-Kazooie game. You know, honestly, I should eventually play ukulele too, though. You know, if I really do want something that's like genuinely a newer game that plays like it. So here, like, you know, it's just a pretty good, like, successor to the series. Pays good homage. I almost did want to, and I do have very, very, very slight regrets maybe not doing it. I kind of did consider, like, maybe contributing to that GoFundMe or Kickstarter, whatever it was, and, like, I think one of the, benefits was that you could actually get, like, a working N64 cartridge. I feel like that would have been cool to have. Of, like, the game working. Like, in the year, well, when did it come out? Like, I think wow, it's been out for a while. At least, like, prior to 2016, I think that game came out. In that year, having a new working N64 cartridge would have been, like, pretty cool to me. I have yet to actually get it, but to be honest, like, that game goes on sale for, like, like, 75% off of its, like, retail price, like, once every, like, I think I barely even look away for more than, like, 2 months and it's already on sale again, so I don't think I really have anything to worry about anytime soon. I'll just wait, like, a month or two if I finally want to get into the groove of playing it. I'm also just still trying to decide if I actually want to play it on PC or Switch yet. I might just do it on PC, though. Yeah, that sounds about right. I really, really want to eventually just play more games. There's, like, too many I want to play. And heaven forbid, there's, like, even some games that I would like to eventually replay. Because I feel like I didn't appreciate them at the time. Freaking, Firewatch. I remember when I very first got, like, my new PC. Like, my very first, like, pre-built, gaming PC, and I was so excited, and I just, like, that was, like, one of the first games I, like, finally tried to play on it, and it was, like, so pretty, but I really don't think I, like, gave it the attention that it needed. And, like, really just, like, the thought process at the time, I was just like, ooh, pretty, and like, oh, crap, stuff is happening. That was, like, a really good game. That and Night in the Woods, actually, I really need to replay that game. Especially because, like, I think I played that right before I had kind of, like, my own little journeys with the realizing mental, you know, health stuff, and thinking about that game again. At first, I just, like, when I played that, thought, oh, I guess it's a cute game, and, you know, I guess it had stuff going on, but I really never understood it. But, like, a year later, shit happened, and then just thinking about it now, I'm like, wow, I really feel like I should actually, like, play that game again and, like, experience it. It will probably hit me different second time around. Eventually I'll do it, I tell myself. And I hope I will, but so far I don't think that's happening quite anytime soon, unfortunately. But we'll do it one day. Okay. 2 more. Have you not played, like, actually played Undertale, Geek? I would say that also is a good game. I feel like if I did try to play it now, I still would, like, appreciate it, now as much as I did back then. At least as far as I could tell / recall, it didn't really have, like, so much basis around just, like, purely, like, mental health stuff that I couldn't exactly relate to yet, that I think I did, like, just really appreciate it still just as much. I have heard a lot about, like, the Mother series, though. That's where Ness and... what's the other kid's name? Not Ike. Just that blonde kid that I think has the yo-yo or something. Lucas, I knew it wasn't Isaac, but my brain kept trying to say Isaac. Thank you. Listen, don't. It's been a day, okay? But I just heard good things about the game, and obviously how like much inspiration Toby seemed to take from that one. I think I could be wrong. He maybe had something to do with the game too. So I don't know. Some of me almost wants to like eventually. I missed who followed, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I would like to maybe give that game a chance eventually too. But Undertale alone, like, even if you didn't play like the Mother series, like I didn't, I would say like on its own, it's still such a lovely game. Okay, that's right. I did like hear like he still had something to do with like a popular game before Undertale of some sort, but that still seems about right. I did hear of that, yeah. And I think I have seen the comparison. I think one of the fun facts, and something I've accidentally found on my own too, like the barking, yipping sound of like the annoying dogs. I just like, it randomly popped up in my recommended feed. It is like an actual like dog sound that some puppies made somewhere on like a popular video. That and the what the sound bite for Sans is actually from. I don't know why that's always like humorous to me. Maybe it's the way you're dressed. God damn it, Or. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. You're always such a sweetheart. Also, I love those emotes. Wow, I'm actually a little too loving those emotes. Thank you, thank you. I only super appreciate it. It was for the banjo music, was it? I knew it would get somebody eventually. All according to plan. Oh my goodness. Alright, Top, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well, dear. Is that right? Honestly, at this point, I could, like, believe stuff like that. That's kind of funny. That's really cool. And I'm rightfully glad that, I mean, as far as I've heard, he hasn't, like, gotten freaking DMCA'd or whatever dumb crap for this kind of stuff. Like, wow, I can't believe Patrick voices Sans the Skeleton from Undertale. Oh, I didn't know that's what that... I do distinctly remember that soundbite on the Genocide run. I didn't know that's what that was from, though. I thought it was just like a random, you know, like, ooh, creepy snippet of a clip exclusively made for that. That's pretty cool. That sounds about right. That and I hear, like, or at least it seems like it's supposed to be a similar case for, like, YouTube, like... Oh. I probably should take my medicine. I've heard that's, like, a similar case usually for, like, YouTube too, or, like, it's supposed to be, like, 30 seconds and below and you're usually fine. But, I would hope that especially for, like, literally a soundbite that's, like, heavily manipulated and then just, like, put on repeat and, like, successive beats on one another would probably have like a similar case scenario going on. Yeah, I feel like it used to be like a 30 or 20 second thing, but you know, it's just, I guess things also just change or would work, and given how YouTube's kind of developed, I'll say, over the last few years, it seems, it's not like they really have their creators in mind, ironically, to at least give them a proper heads up. Oh yeah, I guess it's just technically art-related things, but it seems like Twix maybe brought up the idea. Just it pertains to like my art stuff. He and then like ultimately me as well. We were considering maybe if it would be of anyone's interest. Oh hey, this song. If anyone would be interested in maybe like me having certain months where I have like a discount, like a significantly heavy discount on my art for certain themed commissions during certain parts of the month. So say, you know, it's October and Halloween, and maybe you just wanted like, you know, scary, spoopy, Halloween related commissions. I could just offer like quick, like $20 colored sketch type commissions. Up to 2 characters ideally. And you know, I could usually get it versus like the typical thing of I would say usually it takes like at least like 2-ish weeks or so from like start of payment being given to then showing progress, and then another 2 weeks from like showing progress and then approval to getting it finished. It could be done ideally within like 3 days. Yeah, okay, I guess it did sound like a pretty neat idea. It could just be, it's something that actually really does kind of like look more like a colored sketches. I guess in theory supposed to be. I feel like maybe I do add a bit more detail than you would expect for that kind of thing on my colored sketches normally. But obviously, like, still just trying to have, you know, make it look presentable. And we were thinking, have it be for Halloween, of course Christmas, although maybe half into the later half of November, early half of Christmas, because I do like to have a 2-week break during that holiday period. We were also thinking Valentine's, so February. And then also we were actually thinking Pride Month, so during June. And I think that would be like an especially favorite month for me. I actually have been enjoying getting to do like Pride related things, especially like Twitch emotes recently, dealing with it. Hello Cairo, welcome, welcome. Look, well, thank you for the reception, guys. I guess I just never, you know, think about doing this stuff normally by myself, where I think like, you know, no one would really have that much interest, at least from me. And I certainly wouldn't mind, you know, doing like quickie discounted things like that. Like, it just always, I guess, lessens the amount of stress for some reason on me, and it's always just like pretty fun. But we will keep that in mind. We'll actually likely try to, since, you know, it would be a little late to start it for like June right now anyway, which there may be slight regrets, but there's always next year. And you know, like Pride obviously should be celebrated all year round, but especially to be, you know, really have that visibility. June especially would be a lovely time to do it. But we'll likely maybe give this an experimental try this coming October then. I guess we'll figure out how to do it. And I was thinking too, maybe just for helpful sakes, again, if I do this streaming thing more often, I would definitely have to have some days where because I really feel like I would be done with the sticker pack and halfway through another sketch if it weren't for me streaming and, you know, just enjoying casually talking with you guys. But I would definitely want to have some days too where I did these like live on stream for you guys too. I think that would be pretty fun. I'm sure we'll figure out the details later. Maybe we'll have specific days of like, hey, fill out this stream form if you're interested. We'll probably have a limit cap so I can make sure I actually complete them maybe even that present day, and that could be like still like a special little thing. But I do think that would be a fun idea. Thank you guys for the feedback. They are always pretty fun. I do like seeing when other artists do it too. Man, I don't... Dareth, at this point, there's a thing you should know about me, if you haven't guessed it already. I still feel like sometimes, just sometimes, this whole thing, I feel like it's like maybe the slightest fluke. Like, you know, people are just... They don't know what else to spend their money on, so maybe, just maybe, they're taking pity on me. And just maybe, like, coming to me for some times, but, yeah, I guess I still have, like, that unbridled, maybe nonsensical fear, like, that eventually I really will have to, like, get that retail job someday, not just, like, as an experiment, and, I don't know. I'm not saying it just to, like, you know, minimize, like, how appreciative I am. I I just still get those nerves, that's all. I'm stupidly flattered by the interest I still get. Man, well, I genuinely do appreciate it, and I am flattered. I guess just, you know, that's the nonsensical part of my brain being extra loud today. But you guys really do make me appreciative that I'm still here and I'm able to do this for you guys. And that's why especially, well, I guess we will do this thing in October soon then. I would like to start having things where I could do specials like this for you guys. Hell, like in general, I would love if I could just like do like regular, well, like more regular stream commissions in general again. So like I could give people the opportunity, like, hey, if you just want something like kind of quick, but you know, still closer to my regular prices, that could be done on stream like that same day pretty much. I think that would be fun to do again. Because I used to do that like years ago, or I tried to. I mean, I guess I really just figure like, you know, people, nobody wants to be here, or like really, you know, just like wants to pay attention that much or anything. But I will admit it actually is like kind of fun getting to do this again, even with like the couple of hiccups at the beginning. I'll try to like practice and like have consistency in doing this again. Oh, thank you, bro. I actually did forget again. Yeah, I think like in general, I definitely would love to have like, I guess technically maybe one, if not two, stream days where, you know, I wouldn't mind doing like the occasional like gaming stream still every now and again, but art streams too that are more like chillax, and frankly I'm like, hey guys, what do you want to see me draw today? Or if I actually like took the time to draw what I kind of wanted, but if I also like did silly crap in between, I wouldn't really feel as bad because, you know, I'm not doing like work or anything. Like I definitely wanted to just like draw a fan art of stuff in general, and just like things and potential ideas that maybe cross my mind and everything. I think that would be like super fun. I just never let myself, or my brain doesn't let me, even though I really want to. Freaking, you know, for like the last 2 days I wanted to draw like Sonic. Oh my god. Well, I guess it was his birthday recently, but I've also wanted to draw Scooby and Courage ever since hearing about the movie that they're getting in September. I wanted to draw Lola since the whole horny discourse that was going on earlier this year with Space Jam 2. There's just been a lot that I wanted to do, but I just never let myself for some reason. So I would love to have days like that doing streams. Oh yeah, I did hear it was a concert. Oh, just like, I think Undertale had that too. That was pretty cool. If I was like super into Sonic, I probably would have tuned into that here and there. But that's super cool. I'm guessing that was a song from like an older Sonic game that was actually good. Or so I hear. I don't know if that's still a meme or not. Oh, I see. Oh! You know, that makes most sense, like, why it seems like you would be surprised they do it. That was that game that I think came out for the Switch, right? And it was like, it almost had like a Sonic OC creator in it. I actually never heard about that game, like, since, like, right before it apparently got released. I wasn't sure if it was actually, like, good to people or not. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sonic Unleashed, that was the only modern-ish Sonic game that I think I ever saw in GameStop that I seriously had to double-take and think, like, should I do it? Should I get it? It's the one where he's like a werewolf or a were-hedgehog on the cover. That one just, like, in general looked kind of cool, probably for reasons unbeknownst to me yet at the time. Okay, yeah, I have heard of that title before. I also don't really hear people talk about that one too much, though. That's pretty cool. Oh, sorry, I almost missed that Poxy. I would say, we probably would still have to situate that. I would say, though, given they would take a couple of days, or just take a couple of days versus like the full week or two, yes, I would say they likely would take priority, but not like we would push aside regular commissions completely. I would imagine maybe there's just like, oh yeah, sorry, Sir did mention this to me, Twix did. At most, I would just pretty much work an extra hour on some days, like every other day during the week, just to like flesh these out, because the point is for me to try to get these commissions done fairly quicker while still having general, you know, same quality to them. So I usually try to work 7, if not maybe 8 hours, like work day. Obviously, if I finish sooner, which sometimes happens, the better. But then, like, after I work on, like, regular commissions, I'll take an extra hour, hour and a half-ish, likely, to just do the themed commissions on every other day. So they technically would take priority, but, like, regular commissions would be pushed away completely. So I would think, like, you know, like, say, Monday I just work on commissions regularly. Tuesday, let's say I get one in, like, a form in, then, I don't know, Wednesday I like work a regular day again, but then I take an extra hour. And the thing is too, I almost forgot, themed commissions, they would be like my doodle sheets where I don't actually give out, wait, what's this? This last idea. That's cute. I would say, just like my doodle sheets, these themed commissions, you would not get a commission sketch progress, just to help me like also speed along and get these done for you, so I guess technically you would have to trust my judgment, and also maybe it would help to be, you know, descriptive if possible, just to make sure what pose you want and everything. It would just help to, you know, get it, do it, give it, and then go about our days, you know. But hopefully, obviously, you know, I'd still be willing to like change things if necessary, if need be, but it would just help to speed things along, because part of the reason why it takes a while for people to get their finished product is because, you know, we have to wait for approval sometimes and everything just with regular commissions. But yeah, pretty much shared priority, or shared work days for the most part. It's just like, the theme commissions would get extra dedication, and I would actually try to work on it from start to finish that day. It's pretty much the point. So it's like if I... Forgive me, Tycoon. You just want it, like, I was like, yay, we got a sketch that we're doing. Okay, and instead of having to, like, send this out, I would just immediately go forth with, you know, line art of the sketch. You know, details as they go. It's easier for me instead of having to wait the possible day or so. Because, you know, people have different schedules. Some people can respond sooner than others for whatever reasons things pop up. Oh, I got this. And then, you know, I could also just jump right into coloring. You know, just... I'll just say we did this. I wouldn't say like the quality would be right away like this, but I'll just say, you know, then I could do this for you. And then say, give it to you and say thank you. Oh my god, Baron, please. God, well, this is like, I'm technically not putting quite as much complete, immediate... Man, Derek, don't talk to me. I just wanted to, like, just to give, like, an example. I don't know, maybe I actually would, like, have the sketch lines show more often than I normally do. Just for, like, $20 sketch thingies, but... that pretty much would be the process, I would say. Oh my god. Well, yeah, it would just help to maybe have quality like this just to get it done within the day or so. Next. Well, yeah, I guess we can try to see soon. Like in October. We'll likely discuss it and just like formulate things, and I would just like to pretty much do stuff like that on stream for you guys. Honestly, maybe if I don't know, if I was more willing, quote unquote, to like let chat pass by sometimes, I probably could like do that pretty fast just with like my current conditions, but I'm just chilling right now. I mean, to be fair, when I did want to be, and I guess part of me, I still genuinely would like to be, when I guess when I did have like bigger, more immediate dreams of like maybe being a storyboard artist, you know, like story artist one day, I kind of did try to pick up more so like portray gestures versus like character details, so maybe that's kind of like where moments like that maybe come from for me. I still try to like inherently gain those skills. Right now I'm just like doing this as I'm doing it just because I technically normally have a different way. Usually like I don't immediately go into like adding detailed lines on these. Whenever I tend to do sketches like this, I do like the lighter orange lines first only, then I go to the next thing if it's like a multiple sticker pack thing, then I go back and do like the red line stuff. That's just usually my preference, so I guess just doing it all at once here just like not confuse you guys and think what the hell are you even doing. It's just why I kind of feel like slow right now. I guess I don't know, in hindsight maybe the time still adds up. But again, thank you guys for the feedback. I guess I was like partially just like, I mean, it's, you know, people could just still commission whatever. Nobody would probably be that interested, but I appreciate it. We'll definitely try not to miss out next year though for Pride Month, because I do like seeing like all the flag and just like flag-oriented based theme, just things that people come up with, like the flag-colored bees and everything that people tend to make and crochet and make plushies of. Then the Pride plush gators, I think I've seen around a couple of times here and there. Those are pretty cool. I also have realized though I have a complete lack of like Pride pins and stuff, so I probably should like just get those in general pretty soon. That's some pretty wishful thinking right there, Dareth. You have more faith than I do. If only. Wouldn't count on it though. Wouldn't bet on that, that's for sure. What song is this? Oh, that explains why I don't recognize what's happening. This is the final battle. You know, part of me too, like every now and again, I actually do kind of want to go back to doing that daily doodle thing I did. I do remember the reason why I kind of like stopped, and then that's when my whole mental turmoil kind of like happened, but I really would like to maybe start that up eventually again. I think I literally stopped it 2 years ago, like, if not to this day, it was like sometime within the last week or two on the day. That was always like super fun to like wake up and finish doing. Pretty sure I stopped at Animal Crossing, so at least it would be a nice segue into to ease me back into. I just wonder how different the art would probably look, because I feel like I have maybe improved a bit still in the last year or two. It wasn't that it was like so much stressful, because before I even started the very first one, I did like at least 10 sketches to start off the year to like give myself like, you know, a head start, like a backlog to go on, and then every couple of days I would maybe do like several different sketches just to help keep me up to speed. So like if I did want to take a day or two to just like only finish coloring one and not actually do more, I was like generally okay. It's just I did try to have like my current dog that I have with me, he's like my child, hood dog that I've had like since he was a puppy, and before he actually used to like still be with my mom back in Florida before I moved to initially NC, then New York, but I got him when I was still in NC for a bit. But part of me kind of just like, I was going through like mental stuff, and I thought, maybe you know, I kind of want a dog again, and I wonder like, you know, maybe I could try again with you know, taking care of like a puppy again per se. Because I figured too, like, my mom still enjoyed, like, my current dog's company as well. But, that kind of happened, and I didn't realize, like, how stressful I guess I had forgotten, or just really didn't register in my mind back then. Like, puppies are fucking stressful, and I just kind of couldn't deal with that at the time, and obviously that kind of got in the way of daily doodle stuff, and that ultimately, unfortunately, didn't work out. Yeah, that was pretty much in the midst of that, and I did try to like bounce back into it when I had the chance, but like I think that's kind of just like when I wasn't really doing like the best mentally, and I kind of realized some stuff about myself that I guess I both didn't really just acknowledge or / try to find ways to avoid. Zombie Party, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Welcome. And but yeah, I finally like was like, okay, I guess I need to see somebody, and I ultimately did, and you know, things are significantly better now compared to them, but I guess I just never got back onto the saddle with completing that. But I think I would, because I keep thinking about it more and more, I would like to eventually. And I just am curious to see what more I could do with it to finish off the year. Though to be fair, I guess it almost was a blessing in disguise, because I only had up to July figured out for themes. Because surprisingly, at least for me, it was tedious to find things I had interest in, so I could like not feel burnt out doing them, that had at least 20, no sorry, that was just for February, that had at least 30, if not 31 things for me to draw individual characters of. So I don't know what else I was gonna do for like October and then November, December, and September. I think I did have, if you can believe it, for you, Dareth, I did happen to have a Sonic month planned out. I think it was for that following month, I just obviously never got around to it yet. I was still trying to like figure out characters, but I think I barely found like 29, so I did have to like put that on the back burner anyway. We got the typical suspects like Sonic, Tails, Rouge, Knuckles, etc. Then I tried to go down the line further, Vector, a freaking Bee, that Chameleon, and then I just did like unknown to me at the time names and everything. It was just kind of like, it got kind of like tedious. I would like to try with that month still eventually though. You know, one of my I probably definitely could have asked you, that's true. You know, if I do start it up again, and if you wouldn't mind just like pulling out your handy dandy notebook on that, I would appreciate the assistance. Like if I'm missing like 5 characters for some reason, you definitely probably could help me with that. Oh, you know what? I think it was like, sorry, it wasn't that I was trying to only do like Sonic characters, so I'm sure there's like more than like 30 Sonic characters out there. I think I was just trying to like stick with a specific timeline or game, I guess, because I was thinking like, ooh, maybe if I did Sonic Boom, or maybe if I did I know, I guess Sonic X characters or something, but I guess it was just like tedious for me to do that. I forget the specific list. I don't know if I still have the you know what, I mean, we're already just keeping it chill. I think I did do it on this computer, so I might have the list still. Let me see. Sonic X is like the only Sonic franchise ever that I actually like watched religiously and paid attention to at one point. It was always like my what was it? The WB for kids centric thing. Sonic heroes, they seem like they're fun to draw though. I've drawn Tail a couple of times before because of course I have. I think I hold on, god damn it, I think I've done it on this computer. I think I've drawn Panic the Hedgehog before. I'm hoping that I have it on this computer. I'm pretty sure it has to be on this computer somewhere, but I've drawn Panic. Ironically, I've yet to draw the Sonichu character, though. That's a disgrace. I should be ashamed of myself. No, don't worry, guys. I'm just looking for something. I don't think you can really see like me going through my files, thank God, because there's some stuff in here. Oh no, I guess in the meantime I can give you something else to look at while I'm trying to, if I can find anything related. Let me just try to pull up that list. If I can find them, I should be able to. Oh, Daily Duels was in 2019, not 18. Okay, I do have the list still. Here we go. Oh, I guess I had more than I thought. Let's see. Oh, I think I know it. Let's see. Oh, I guess I would have like a bit of a... I'm not gonna lie, July, because it is like my birthday month. I kind of wanted to like do something for myself. Okay, I think I did do this. I did Disney. I did manage to do Disney. June, as we could see, Animal Crossing, which I never really finished. But I think July, I actually wanted to do like people's characters, aka like I wanted to do characters for like just people in like the furry fandom that I wanted to like draw like in general that I haven't drawn for years or just too long / in general. And as we can see, I had quite a few selections here. This would have been a fun month. Just like random like people in general I wanted to draw on like here and there, but also obviously like friends and such. Those would have been like super fun. Wait, what is this? Okay, yeah, that's just... I just had to like think up of more characters. Oh, I almost forgot about Mutt Monster's character. I really did love that. Okay, yeah, I think I did try to think of like just video game characters in general, which I don't know, I feel like my brain was just so small. I feel like I definitely could have like thought up of more, but I guess just like popular, you know, just characters in general. Because I did initially think, oh, I tried to see if I could do only like Nintendo characters or something, but I just wasn't confident, and I'm still kind of not in my human characters. Otherwise, obviously, I would have had a vast selection. But I thought maybe Crash, you know, Spyro, Parappa, that Final Fantasy dog, Duck Hunt, etc., etc. Yeah, I just wanted to include things that, like, I know people tend to, like, really enjoy. That I thought would have maybe been cool, obviously, as you can see. I thought it's been a few years again, would have been, would imagine, like, for people to see it from me from old time's sake. Oh yeah, I guess this also would have been for me, you know, I enjoyed MLP, I just feel like it would have been, because I had like a year or two where I definitely was like a mulp artist, and yeah, I love me some Discord. I thought it would have been cool to like maybe have a MLP month. Oh yeah, I guess I technically, because I liked Avenue Q also, but also I thought maybe like it could just mainly be Avenue Q / I might have put, yeah, Sesame Street / Avenue Q / Muppets characters in here. I thought it would have been cool. So just like musical / I could, and here we go. Here's the Sonic list. And I think this was the last list I managed to get ideas down for. I guess if you can decipher my handwriting. Let's see. Yeah. I guess I just like found like a list somewhere. I'm pretty sure, and I just like jotted down these names. I kind of like ran out of ideas after Big the Cat and Froggy. Oh my god, I actually do, and I immediately saw it. Well, I already would have needed a lot of help then, for sure. I'm already gonna save this just in case I go back again. Yeah, I was kind of a... Do I have... Yeah, I have Styx up here. She's like the only other character I know of outside of like the main top, I guess technically 15. I have no idea about the different Sonic universes, lores, and things, so this stuff is like beyond me. Oh, Espro is here. It's like that lizard guy or something. If I can draw him from memory. Did I? Sorry. I guess that is supposed to be an eye, isn't it? There we go. Hey man, I'm not the expert around here, alright? To be fair though, if you asked me what did I want to try to find out the lore of Kingdom Hearts or Sonic, I probably would have a lot of trouble giving you a fine answer to that. Yeah, if I do come back to this eventually, I might need your help a bit for probably 2 of these characters there. Most definitely. Yeah, maybe one day I'll come back to all of these. I think it would be pretty cool. Oh, hold on, now I'm curious. What was the last 4? Well, like, you can't picture them in my style, or just, like, you don't... These are these the characters from, oh gosh. Ron Raccoon, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Are those the characters from... I think they're the characters from that Sonic Boom game. I think that's where, like, I kind of, like, really ran out of ideas, and I just wanted to go, for... I think they're, like, the NPCs that you could talk to around town. Yeah, good. I did vaguely watch some playthroughs in that game. Okay, that makes sense. Oh wait! Aren't those the characters from, The Adventures of Sonic? That one, like, older TV show, I believe? Oh, and hey Egan, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Oh man, Jazz's emotes. Okay, see, again, this is why I would pretty much, so TLDR, I would need your help. Got it. Because I really don't know about these, the lore of these. Okay, I thought so. Those names, like, sounded vaguely familiar with me. I didn't really watch those cartoons very much past, like, I guess the, that one Sonic Says clip that people love to YouTube poop the hell out of. And maybe, like, a couple of clips here and there. It seemed like a fun cartoon, I just never, at the time, got a chance to really watch it. But those two seemed, like, pretty fun. Oh yeah, people did really like Sally, didn't they? People really, really liked Sally. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I was just really small-brained back then. I had a little pea-brain. Maybe if I tried again, I could probably accomplish it. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe eventually I'll actually just get off my butt and I'll just work on the daily doodles again. Because they really were fun to do. And then maybe I could just actually have some help figuring out different months, or like different themes for like the last few months of the year. Is that really how bad slash forgettable that Sonic Boom the game was that even Dareth had no idea who they were at first glance? That seems like an accomplishment. You're like the treasurer, dude. What are you doing? That sounds about right from what I hear. I just heard like a lot, and obviously I did watch the Game Grumps play it at the time. There definitely was a lot going on with that. Oh yeah, I think I've also heard things about Sonic 06. Is that the one with the bad lip sync and the constantly screaming Sonic face that I always see whenever he talks? If my memory is serving me correctly. Alright, I thought so. Probably don't need to play that game. Well, you know what, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because the best Sonic game ever to me is Sonic R. And nobody can tell me otherwise. I will play that game day and night. That's the one other Sonic game I would, like, religiously play constantly. You wouldn't have to ask me twice. I did love the music, especially that, I guess pretty much the Sonic R national anthem. What was it? Hold on, Banjo, you'll forgive me. You know we gotta play it. I think both of those, but I think I'm thinking about Supersonic Racing here. Okay, yeah, it's definitely Supersonic Racing right now. The one chorus, when she said Supersonic Racing, I felt that. You know, in a way, even now, I can envision that the controls in this game were, like, so bad, but I guess... Ah, yes. I just, like, didn't care enough as a kid that it was just completely fine to me. Sorry, Baron. Hey, trust me, you're not missing much. In a way, like, I'm surprised I know anything about any of the Sonic lore. Yeah, I never really, because I guess online gaming wasn't really a thing back then just yet, to like a huge capacity, but I would just always like play the game by myself. Like, it would be hard for me to play like less than an hour of a game once I was able to boot it up. I used to have like the CD-ROM for it too, but I think at one point I tried to like play it, but my computer just couldn't register it, and I just eventually, I think I got rid of it somewhere along the line in my childhood. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life. I kind of would like to play it again eventually though, just for memory's sake, even if I probably can't stand the controls. Oh, please get some rest and water, geek. I couldn't imagine being outside, especially for the last few days. It's been just so hectic with the heat recently. I didn't know about the gaming tech back then, so I probably didn't use that stuff, but I would actually keep this in mind if I did eventually try to play it again. I'm trying to... There used to be like this one distinct stage in Sonic R2. I think it almost... In a way, it kind of reminded me of Choco Mountain from M64, actually, when I think about it, because Twix has been informing me of the lore of speedruns with that. I need to look into that if that's the case then. Like, unironically, I would actually like to play that again. I just had it for the sake of having it. It just does bring good memories to me still. Alright, I think I did what I could with this. I swear it was 5:40 an hour ago. Time flies when you're having fun. And I usually gotta do this to give folks the one file. Oh yeah, this is pretty much the quality of sketches I usually do before I eventually go back to them with the stickers. Before I go back in like extra detailed lines, because I feel like I really do scribble chicken scratch half the time. I would get things out technically even faster in terms of like sketch phases if it weren't for me like having to make it more legible for like everyone, just in case I am being a crazy person. But let me try to do this real quick, and we can move on to the next sketch for the day. No, you got my hopes up for nothing! That's okay. Honestly, I feel like it would be a hit and miss. Maybe I would probably have better luck just going on eBay and seeing if someone like could sell a copy. I feel like Sonic R technically isn't in that much demand where I would have to expect to spend a literal or like a minimal not even $50 for a copy. At least like a used but still good copy. Oop, my bad. Oh yes, thank you for gracing us with that, Sonic R. Oh no, really? Well, I guess to be fair, I guess I don't know like the Sonic history, the lore. Oh shit, Beta! Thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are having a good day. We're just... I guess now we're just talking about Sonic. And listening to Banjo-Tooie even though I have yet to play this game. So, apologies if these songs don't connect with me just yet, but I'm sure when I eventually do in like 20 years, God, this is gonna make me cry. Are you serious? Man, okay, well, I guess it'll help that I just went, I guess, the basic version. Oh, okay, I was about to say, I didn't know, like, it was a game that much in demand. I guess, I don't know, there's still some fanatic Sonic fans out there, so in a way, I guess I really can't be that surprised. Well, you know what, it makes sense. Oh my gosh, Liz, thank you so much for the donation, I really appreciate that. That was incredibly sweet of you. I really appreciate it, thank you so much. Oh man, look at me and my face getting all red. Yeah, I guess I can't, you know, obviously you can't blame people if they're like willing to pay the price. Granted, you know, don't tell, not Scapple, I keep saying scapplers, even though I know like scapple is not the thing, but you guys know what I'm talking about with the exception of those. Well, I guess, but yeah, people are still willing to pay for it, then, you know, I guess you can't really stop them. But, I mean, you know, it's like a different ballpark, because these are like old games that you can't really get anymore. Probably in like the best of conditions anyway. And it being of a series that people actually still would like, you know, enjoy and play to this day, kind of still makes more sense. Oh shit, and hey Squirrel, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well, sorry I missed you before. People do like having their collector's items though too, so that does still make sense. Okay, just gotta put this all in the file. Always good to see you. Okay, we'll just do this as a tiny bit easier. I don't know, I almost get intrigued enough by how apparently bad the game is that, you know, sometimes you think about doing it, but then you remember you don't really hate life that much just yet. I don't know, maybe one day, but not today. Oh gosh, what are you guys doing? Oh shit, if it isn't Dark Wizzy. Hey Wizzy, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're just talking about Sonic here, apparently. It's been a trip today. And I'm trying to get art done. I really feel like I have been kind of slow today, but I hope you guys are enjoying. And I guess, as quote-unquote anxious as I was, like, trying to start this up again, it has been really pleasant to do this once more. Thank you, Lance. I'm doing alright, just still being busy with these, trying to get work done for the evening and whatnot. I know I'm not getting as much done as I probably normally would off stream, but honestly it's just been really nice having you guys around just to like talk to and chat with here and there. Although I will say, I think you've especially started a chain reaction with the whole groups of animal people / the random Mario or human character as a whole being commissioned from me for like the last several months. So thank you for that. I don't think I have anyone else to blame for that. Oh god. Hey, One Hit, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You were very sweet. It was really a pleasure to work on that for all the pieces I've gotten to do with you and like your group of buddies so far. Keeps me busy for a good few days, but in a good way. It's been lovely to do. Definitely not a genre of art I envision myself to be partaking in, but here we are. Hey, that makes you stand out more in a good way. You could totally be like, oh, I mean, you know, I totally am not into it, but you know, my friends are, so it's no big deal. My favorite game developer. I don't know if I really can like say. I'm into like a lot of various different games, but if I just had to name one off the top of my head because I actually can recall the name, I guess Team Cherry. They've got my vote. Hollow Knight was a really good game, and I actually am unironically still looking forward to Silk Song whenever it wants to come out. I mean, take your time, sweetie, but at the same time, anytime, any day, you know, if you want to, by all means, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't pick around my plate. Alright, let's see. Have you played it? Phoenix, you don't have anything else you're doing this weekend. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you got something else that you need to do, like, right away. That game is seriously, like, really good. And as someone who normally doesn't play, like, I forget the actual genre of name I'm thinking of, but, like, I guess just platformers in general and, like, kill-a-thon type games where, like, you can just, like hit-a-thons, I guess. I'm not normally into that kind of thing, but, like, that really just... Oh, well, I get that too, but if you had to finally pick one to play, like, I would definitely, like, recommend that one first. There is too much, yeah, that's the term, Metroidvania games. God, what was I about to say? That game has, too much good content in it for the price that it's normally, put at, and the fact that it still goes on a pretty decent sale is, like, almost criminal. Man, I'm sorry. I know there's like a specific. I think Metroidvania was the term I was looking for. Just like games where like really just hitting stuff and like getting coins and, you know, drop treasures and stuff. Well, hey, I will ask. No need for credit. You're more to produce. A SAG game, huh? I'm into it. Oh, hey, I haven't drawn this... Wow, I haven't drawn this character in, like, years. It's good to see him again. Alright. I swear we're about to have some more art on the screen. Just have to get references. You know, honestly, there's a lot of games I still want to... You know, I almost feel kind of like evil, because I do have the PS5, and there's games I want to play on it, but I literally haven't touched it since last year when I played Bugsnax. And I feel like really mad at myself for that. Because I really do want to play like games on it, even though I know there's like not many like PS5 exclusive titles on it. There's still like stuff I wouldn't mind playing on the console itself. Bugsnax was really fun. I have no regrets ever of touching that game. And I really wish I didn't like already thoroughly play it enough to the point where like I can't even say, oh, I want to go back and like 100% it, because I have to my own accord. That's the first time I've done that with a game in like a long time. It like really reached out to me. Yeah, this character actually used to only have one head, but it seems like they've they've upgraded. I really like it. Dino is always a fun one to work on. Smiley Inbound, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I did hear about Ratchet & Clank coming out. I thought I would be too, but it's just a case of like, there's so many things I want to play, but brain said nope, not yet. I'm also going to be torturing myself because I think that Steam summer sale like finally started happening, so I have yet to look through the store, but I'm going to be crying so much when I see all the games that I have on my wish list and then some coming out. There is something that I did see from the E3 presentation though that I think I really do, I unironically will be playing when it comes out, and that's like a promise to me. I think it was called like 12 Minutes, and it seems like it has like an interesting like story-rich premise. Apparently like you go back in time like 12 minutes to events and you try to change the course of action. I think I really like that concept, and I actually want to like give that a shot. I think it's like a simple, but it looks like a cool style. Yeah, I think I saw that. I think it's coming out in like 2 months or so. I'm gonna try to like be all over that. A person of culture, I say, Pox. You are absolutely right. Alright, I guess I can kind of just go wild a bit with the pose and expressions. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's... The thing is, I've actually, that's the very first time I've heard of that game, so maybe it helps that I've seen it, just then, for me to actually hold interest. But I definitely get that, like, if they've shown it a little too much just to, like, not yet actually release it. And apparently its release date is actually, like, gonna be this year, like, in a couple months, so maybe there's hope. I don't know, I just like... I like story-rich games with a certain style. I guess I can't really describe it, but things like, let's say, Firewatch caught my interest. You know, The Walking Dead from Telltale. Life is Strange. I remember Life is Strange when, like, only Chapter 1 was out and the game itself was out for, like, 1 month. Those were the old days. Things like that with styles along that margin I tend to be in. But then I tend to like point-and-click 8-bit style games too. So just something like that, it seems like it's like right up my alley. I don't know, maybe I'll still give it a shot. I just like to play it hopefully within the month that it comes out, but I guess we'll see what happens. Let's see if I can make this work. Oh, right. Let me probably make this less obnoxious with me switching screens for y'all. Oh, this song reminds me of, Jolly Rogers Lagoon. It reminds me of the, Beach Cove stage a bit. I hope listening to the soundtrack isn't spoilers. Somehow. Yeah, sorry if you likely can't hear the background noise outside. Twix suggested I maybe don't mess with noise gain yet until I actually I guess get a feel for the microphone again, because I just naturally talk low, so I might be registered as background noise myself, unless I like eat the microphone. Yeah, that sounds about right. I literally had to like boost the gain on mine, despite the fact that in OBS, like the default, I guess, like mixer for the mic is like at full capacity. I was just like, yeah, it's good to be back. I will see if I can somehow make this work. Said they want to like they can mess with multiple different expressions of their character. Oh yeah, it's the thing. Mine is on an arm. Well, technically, Sir bless his heart. I really am gonna, I guess, just go ahead and order my own snowball again at some point. But the microphone I'm using now actually is on a little arm, so it definitely is like up to my face, or at the very least like close to like the side of my cheek and everything. But that's also why, like, if you hear occasional noise, that's like maybe me knocking into it sometimes by accident with my pen in hand. But I might just have to learn to like actually have it like right underneath like my mouth while also not being in the way of like the screen and everything for me. Actually, yeah, that probably maybe would be better for me. Yeah, it probably would do me some good to like actually look into how different streaming things and software work. But I don't think I'm quite there yet. Ironically, I kind of wish there probably is, and maybe there's a better way for me to even try to like ask this, but for like the longest time, I kind of wish there was a way for me to, I don't know, maybe there's not, and it's like hard / weird for me to explain, because I don't normally listen to music whenever I work. I tend to just listen to like different documentaries and stuff, but obviously I feel like that would be kind of like obnoxious for you guys, plus I don't know, like, you know, individual creators, copyright and stuff, which I completely get. But I just wonder if there's a way that I could play music just for you guys, but also listen to other things like to my own accord that's only like broadcasted to me but not you guys, all on the same computer. I don't know, I feel like maybe like there's like maybe a slight like extra hardware or maybe even software you have to have that, and maybe there's like an easier way to like ask that question, but it's just like always something I've kind of like maybe wanted to look into. I had a feeling it had to do with like setting up like different audio channels and like what's registered versus not, and that's probably where like desktop audio 2, etc. comes in OBS. I just have yet to put on my my thinking brain for the day and actually situate that. I mean, it's not too big of a deal, because, hey, it reminds me of, like, good hits like this that are still out there, but I guess, it just would be nice if, like, sometimes I'm in the mood to hear, like, I don't know, top 10 Burger King foot lettuce or something, but, I don't know, it would just be, like, nice to hear, like, that sometimes, but not also, like, subject you guys to that. I did consider that as like just the most simplistic, I guess cheapest way to go about that, and you know, just like the easiest thing. But I also kind of would like to just have it on the same PC, because then I would like to be notified of like stream alerts. Because if it weren't for that, then I probably would already be doing that. I just like have individual in-ear, like a AirPod type headphones in my ear underneath my overhead set mic. I guess just to like monitor that. But then, you know, obviously it would mix in the music that you guys are listening to more than likely, so. Yeah, it's usually like a, you know, just like true crime recap channels and things like that. Not necessarily like a, I don't know, only on CNN or something, like official kind of things like that. But I don't know, I know like people aren't generally into true crime, even if like they are like coming just like for everything that isn't the audio, so I don't want to like subject anyone to that. Like, seems like music is just like the most neutral kind of thing. I'd be surprised if a certain someone in this house probably hasn't already been listening to that. I'll try to keep that in mind. Yeah, sounds about right. We've actually been, because he got me hooked onto it now, we've actually been watching Summoning Salt videos recently, so I've really been getting into that. You watch the, I know Twix has already watched like all of them definitely, but he's just kind of been rewatching them with me. Happily, it seems, and I'm eagerly awaiting every other night that falls so we can watch a new one. I think the other night we watched the Punch-Out speedrun documentaries. Or just like speedrun history things, I guess if you technically could call them documentaries, you could. They're like super fun to listen to. Yeah, go for it. I've also never played Killer Instinct, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I really like this character. He used to only have one head that looked like this, but he's definitely upgraded. Still really enjoy it. Yeah, though, I think, because I do actually, I probably should, like, make dinner soon. It needs a bit of preparation and stuff, so I think I'll be going for just, like, another hour or so here, guys. I didn't realize I've been going for this long, though. It's definitely been a good time. Oh, he really said, Control V. Or excuse me, Control C, Control V. What is this? Pterodactyl Land? I gotta play this game. That's adorable. Who's Terry? God, see, this is why low-key can't do this sometimes. Then I gotta play these games. Oh man, don't give him too many ideas there, Pox. Oh yeah, this person actually used to have a dinosaur character, if I remember correctly, hence the more reptilian likely tail. And you'll see here. I really have always liked this particular character's design too, though. Why did I get to work on this? off to the side again. Just like the good old days. It's probably the only headcanon I'd accept, to be honest. I'm sure it's not like which bug is it? Isn't it cockroaches that can technically survive without their head for at least 9 days? They probably don't have that in the talents of starfish that can also grow back their own legs. Just a little more head in the mix this time. I don't know, that's probably also my headcanon now. Maybe it's time to end the stream now. God damn it. We could have gone about our days much more pleasantly. Would have been a lovely time. No, I guess I can forgive. It was asking to be said. If I didn't say it, somebody would have. I think these legs need to be stuck here. Honestly, Cerberus inspired characters are just, this is like canine, Cerberus characters in general, they are pretty cool. Just like more than one-headed characters in general. Or just there's like a general like second posable head. Or even just like arms on a character that kind of has like grown more and more cool to me over the last few years. Like what's that giraffe Pokemon that has like the tail? That has like a whole like freaking Omp head or whatever that like Mario character is called. That's always like grown on me more and more over the years. Yeah, that one. I knew it was like literally just a play on the word giraffe. That one's also cool. A certain typically 6, technically has 8 armed character that may wear stockings and is a spider. I will admit, just like that in general is cool. Obviously, Zack and Wheezy from Dragon Tales, they're always a classic. And also freaking, I guess also from like another older comic, Zootopia, that Zill character. He's like had, and I guess Chimera characters in general too, like those when they have like the snake tails. Just like characters in that in general that I maybe kind of sort of happen to know about if I ever do. They just always like seem cool to me. This character seems to be added onto the list of it. Just really hoping these are actually like looking okay. I always want to do a character justice. It's part of the fun of it though, isn't it? It's like until maybe you happen to be satisfied with them. I actually wasn't I almost forgot the wrist cuffs. I actually wasn't completely content with my, you know, my little Fox character here until like maybe about 2 or 3-ish years ago. Until I finally added on the purple collar and glasses to her. I guess just because like, in the simplest of terms, it ended up being more me. Or I guess just, I don't know, realistic, at least with the glasses anyway. At least. Never really like, I don't know, assuming it's like meant to be that kind of character for you, like one that is like more reflective of you, sometimes actually being more realistic with it and expectations does really help. Especially like as you grow up in general. Because before that is like how like Orlando started out just like, hey, I wish I was more like this, because I was always like introverted and shy, and I guess I didn't really want to embrace that per se, and I just made Orlando as like, this character is much more like lively and open. But I don't know, as I grew older it was just kind of like, I mean, I don't know, man, this is how I am, and frankly I kind of do for the most part just like being indoors. Usually 9 times out of 10 I'm chill, so I just kind of changed her up and made her more reflective of actual me, and it's just like, oh, okay. It was honestly kind of like less strenuous at times too. I can see that though too. I know, like, especially with like certain things and even just artists, like it's the whole, you know, the more specifics to your character's pattern or everything, it's kind of, you know, it makes you like rethink, but then like, you know, you kind of like have to expect to have a bigger budget to your wallet whenever you're like looking for art. Which, I mean, yeah, it still makes sense, and to each artist their own, but, you know, obviously, like, it would then prevent you from getting more art at times. I guess that's kind of why I've seen like 2 people like maybe have alternate versions of their characters at the very least. Like maybe it like helps them just so they can maybe get more art more often, or maybe just different characters entirely. So if they're feeling one way, they can have it with this, and another way they can flesh out or splurge a little more rather. And also, yeah, too, I guess, while you can make your character as your own, like if you happen to like want it to be just simplistic, it definitely helps not just maybe you, but also the artist. They probably do appreciate it. And even in like simplicity wise, like it kind of helps like maybe for an artist like want to express or push limits a tiny bit even with their own style if it's a simple character. That's kind of what I noticed too. Like the simpler a design is for a character that I'm working with, it's almost like I want to do more with it to kind of like push the potential barrier that it's had in a way, which I think is also fun. Not that I don't really try to do that with like characters that have like more complex designs to them, but it's almost like it's part of the rules for me. Alright, wow, I didn't save that entire time. We have to talk about that. But then again, this is what I normally do when I'm by myself. Oh, for sure. Thank you for stopping by, Squirrel. It's always good to see you. We're probably gonna wrap things up kind of sort of soonish anyway. I hope you sleep well. It's definitely always good to see you. Thank you. Oh, okay, I'll try to, give it a look before I get distracted and busy again after stream. Let's maybe erase these leftover sketch lines. Hey, these songs are, like, really good, though. Is this just like a remix of Cloud Cuckoo Land? I gotta go to these places. Like yesterday. Yeah, I definitely finally just saved a bit ago. Thank you. The sketch is pretty much done here for now. I think I have one more sketch for today. I do. And I guess it seems like more than likely maybe this will be the last thing I do then. Just a sketch for this illustration. You're doing great, sweetie. Also a character I worked with not too long ago. Relaxing on the beach. Just using this for pose example, loose part. Wait a second, hold on. Let's see if there's something missing. Okay, now look up. Florida beaches do not look this nice normally. Who are you lying to? Okay, see, not this clean, you say. as I've been living there. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hey anime big boy, it's good to see you. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Catching me towards the end here, I think I'm pretty much just gonna work on one last sketch for the evening on stream here, then I'll likely head off. We got dinner to make. Oh, for sure, definitely embrace your capability of doing that, Geek. It's really good to see you, though. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'll try to catch you around next time if I hopefully can do this again. Definitely take care and have fun. Hey, Twitch. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope your own streaming ventures have been going good lately, I think I've been seeing. It's definitely good to see you, though. Hopefully this isn't too bright or strenuous on the eyes for y'all. Let's see if I can actually try to do this somewhat fast-ish in my eyes. Oh, good, good. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope your move goes well. It definitely seems like quite the trip. Where are you, moving from? I forget where you, I guess, used to reside again, as it's soon gonna be. Going to Florida, Orlando, all the same, though. It's definitely gonna be quite the trip. Oh, okay. That's good. I definitely wish you the best, then. All the same. Be closer to that one magical place, so they say. Is there any particular reason? Is it for a job or just personal choice, if I may ask? Oh my god, when I tell you guys I'm excited to make this fried chicken soon, I am really excited. It's been a while since I've tried to deep fry something like this. It's gonna taste super good. Oh, okay, well that's good. And the latter reason especially is as good of a reason as any. Well, I definitely hope it'll be a good and successful move for you. And I'm sure they're looking forward to having you closer by. Yeah, and you'll technically be closer to Megaplex too. Well, not technically, you just will be. I would imagine you're actually going there then, since that's happening in August, yeah. I would imagine you managed to get into the maximum capacity limit. So I'm also pretty sure that's being able to happen in person again. Oh yeah, well that'll definitely make things much easier. Alright, that's good. Just try not to step on anybody too roughly, yeah? Even though I'm sure they'll be glad to have you do such things. Hey, now I would pay to see that fight. That's gonna be hectic for sure. That's really good to hear though, definitely. Not sure when the next time I'll probably make my way back, I guess down there again will be. Especially right now with the slight heat wave feelings that I've been getting in NY here for the last couple weeks. But hopefully once again soon. Just been a minute since I've been on a plane too, obviously, so I would have to get adjusted to that and traveling with the suit. So I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, I might kind of eventually one day, if I actually do go to cons often enough again, you know, things have changed with me and my character a little bit. I kind of feel like I would maybe want something more current eventually, later down the line. We would see. Any place being warmer than Florida sounds kind of... I know it's like stereotypical, but that does seem kind of surreal. It's usually especially like humid as hell there during the summers, obviously, how I remember correctly. That's the one thing I can say that I don't at all miss about Florida. I realize like humidity, I feel like I'd much rather have the dry hot days than like the wet hot days. But that still is pretty crazy. Definitely be cool all the same though. Definitely pack tons of water and I guess I mean I don't know if Vermont probably had it, but have a ton of Dairy Queen for me. I do slightly miss Dairy Queen on the regular, I'm not gonna lie. But I am glad to have access to Popeyes again, though. That's been very lovely. I've never heard of that place, but that honestly already sounds good. Ice cream places in general, like, I feel like that's a genre of a restaurant that I have yet to fully dive into at any point in life. Just aside from like the typical places, you know, DQ, and I guess Benchies, that froyo place. And living in NY, I probably could eventually like try to look into that soon now. Ice cream in general is just chips kiss. This doesn't sound like Final Boss music. I'm actually getting this sketch done kind of fast, but I think, at least like right now on stream, this will be like the last thing I work on here. Maybe I don't know, try to scribble a little something else to close out the stream with. It honestly has not really felt like I've been going on for almost 5 hours, but here we are. It's crazy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I actually feel kind of good about this one, so I'll take that for what it's worth. Yeah, I will admit excuse me, I've been enjoying myself, just not as stressed doing it as I thought I would be. Yeah, that's okay. That sounds about right. I totally appreciate the not getting my hopes up. Oh my god. Pantsu, I will say thank you for the donation. I very much appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Hey, you know what? You live your life. We all do what we do. As long as you're not hurting anybody, it's cool. It's been neat being up here all the same, though. It's kind of like cool that it seems like I do still live significantly closer to a lot of folks, regardless. I know COVID obviously has like been preventing, you know, possible visits anytime soon, but it's still like nice to know. And if nothing else, too, just the somewhat cheaper, possibly access to certain other airports flying out from, even if it's not like the main New York airport, the LaGuardia one is technically closer to us, but it still seems like it like would be cheaper compared to us living in like a small mountain town before. And normally we'd have to take like connecting flights and stuff, but it's very likely that we won't have to do as much anymore. Hey, I'm just doing what the people with the wallet tell me to do. And I'm having fun. Oh boy, what can we do for the last half hour here? Half hour-ish. I guess we could just do some Super Mario Galaxy real quick. I haven't played this game in years. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised NYC in general, assuming Albany is like anywhere within the vicinity of, you know, the quote-unquote city part of the state. It is definitely like more expensive here. You know, I probably should have expected. It's no problem, anime. I still really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, just gotta liven things up a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't think I had the text-to-speech thing on. It's not a thing I have enabled. I guess I should probably do that at some point for potential donations and such like yours. Oh, okay, I see. I guess I should figure that, you know, obviously there's like other airports around. Those are just the main two I only ever hear of when I think of New York. I know LaGuardia is not like the main big one, but it seems like it comes up second, technically, just being closer to Queens and whatnot versus, I guess, Brooklyn. I don't know if it's easier to get there from Manhattan versus LaGuardia, but yeah, like smaller airports that are somewhat like more off to their own thing in general, they seem to be kind of hit and miss in certain places that they offer cheap flights to versus not. So I'm just glad that we're gonna be here now. It'll be cheaper. That and the access to trains and buses and stuff, it'll be, you know, helpful with those options as well. Won't really have to fly, and it'll, you know, be less money at times if we're trying to go to like, because it seems like frequently too, especially for you know, my partner Twix, he tends to like to go to tournaments and stuff that happen to be in, you know, general NY, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, etc. area, so this is very helpful. Okay. cider. Yeah, I could definitely imagine. It's been helpful in general, like not having to only rely on Uber just to go to other places, because you know I don't know how to drive, therefore I do not. But back when we lived in Asheville, if I had to like go, honestly, pretty much anywhere, I always had to like take an Uber pretty much, because I barely even knew like how the bus system worked there. There were barely any like bus stops around there anyway, and obviously too, everything being like hilly and stuff, it took the extra couple minutes and went out if you tried to walk. Oh yeah, this is Super Mario Galaxy. But here, just having like the constant bus stops and stuff, and also the subway, it's already been super helpful. Not having to worry about like Uber. Thankfully my experiences overall, for the most part, have been pretty alright for what I hear it could be. I've only had like the one experience with like some lady on the subway. She just like randomly threw down a cup. Thankfully it was empty while we were like on the way somewhere, unprompted, and nothing was said before, during, or after. That was fun. I'm proud of myself for not even flinching when that happened. I was just like, okay. I actually think I was only in Chicago purely for MFF, and I was still like such a little recluse back then that I only ever stayed at the hotel. I did not even like tempt going to the mall or anything. I would really like to change that. I'm a bigger girl now. Oh, for sure. Thank you so much for stopping by, Warrior. I really appreciate it. Let alone sticking around for as long as you did. I hope you have a good night and good weekend ahead of you. Oops, sorry about that. I think it would be cool. I think there was like a mall of some sorts not too far of a walk away from where the MFF, where the hotel that MFF tends to take place at is located. It just like sounds pretty fun to do. If only to like walk around and stuff. It's just ironic in general. I've wanted to go back to MFF for like years since the very first, and so far only time I've gone, and I haven't been able to yet. Just, it's mainly due to like the rooms booking out versus me like finding / making time for it. You know, you furries, they really are on point with that usually, and I got lucky last time because a friend was like, I guess like happened to get like an extra room or two just for like that very case of like offering it to friends to put under their name. And I'm just crossing my fingers eventually maybe I'll either get lucky or, you know, if anyone was willing. One day again though. Yeah, if it wasn't for that, I just would be like, it's one thing like if within a week or maybe even like a day, like yeah, I guess like sellouts happen, sure, but I don't know, it's just the fact that literally not even an hour at times, just like if you're not on point, and even then it's just like people, they really know their technology very much. It does get like pretty tiresome with that. I have yet to go to FC though, even though I do hear good things about that. I guess I've just been kind of nervous for whatever reason eventually making my way over to California, but I probably would like to give that con a shot at least once, eventually. Oh, thank you. I'm actually really glad that I did manage to get that little animation made, or I made it like with my new accessories that are pretty much part of my character implemented. I want to do the same eventually with like my follow and sub alerts and stuff, but I just haven't because I'm not sure yet if I would like to make the streaming thing more of a thing. I just, you know, I appreciate when people want to say hello. If they want to, obviously. It just makes a happy fox lit. Hey, y'all need to calm down. It's not that lovable, I would think. Even if she tries to be. Oh, I forgot how lovely this one was. The song. It was also one of those things where those games where I played once and I never went back to, but it brings a happy memory. I think I got this one like back when the swap shop, or I guess just like it's a very like popular flea market slash amusement, a flea market slash farmers market slash mini amusement park type of place in Florida. Like, I used to go there occasionally, like, with my mom, and they would still avidly sell, like, almost like new N64s and game cartridges there on the regular. And now it almost seems like it's a specialty if, like, N64s or older game cartridges are sold anywhere like that. For sure, Lance, thank you so much for stopping by, I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, evening, and such yourself. And I think I am just about done with this sketch, pretty much. Eternal stuff. there is no Discord, don't worry. Don't think there ever will be. I've tried once, but don't worry. Yeah, there you go. Well, good luck getting me to try to make one, though. Try again, anyway. I think I've tried twice, but I think we're packing it up here, boys. But I think, pretty much, this is the last sketch. I'm gonna go ahead and do the last bit of work, at least on stream. Knowing me, I'll probably try to, like, complete a few more things, like, off stream after I have dinner, but we'll see. It's just a test trial here. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying like I would want that to be a requirement first. It's just like me moderating my own channel and remembering to like check back. It feels different when you actually are like mildly responsible for the well-being of everything. Thank you again to our sponsors at NordVPN for helping us with this video. Yeah, I've tried it a couple times before, and it is like a very appealing thought, but I guess just for me personally, I just like can't handle it. I'm a little too dumb. And I don't have that responsibility gene, that is true. Which again, I don't know if you want me to help you with your taxes, but alright. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not accustomed to like, there's a difference between voluntarily checking in, like if you're just a part of a Discord that like you barely even like talk in, but you just like seeing like, you know, other people having fun, versus like being expected to check in because like you made it and hey, like you probably want to make sure that everyone else is having a good time. It's just like a different feel, I guess. Yeah, people that have to run, like, FG Discords, I do not envy you guys in the slightest. Especially, like, even if you have mods, it's like they ought to check in with you. Just, like, make sure, like, hey, is this a cool course of action? And then, you know, it's just, it's a lot. I couldn't really do it again. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, these reasons kind of relate to the fact of, or the reason why I still have yet to actually join VR chat. I'm gonna the appeal for it is there, like maybe interacting with people, like even just like friends, let alone maybe randos. But I just I still like can't work up the nerve for whatever reason. It's not as easy to lurk when you're, you know, actively a model standing in a room in the corner, and people probably try to interact with you too, if only to help you partake. I hear finicky things about VR chat, but for instances when it's not like breaking down on you, it seems pretty fun still. I mean, especially during COVID. I'm sure like VR chat was like around like before it, but it seems like it especially boomed during 2020, and I know it definitely helped out a lot of people. Especially cons, obviously. Everyone's horny everywhere. COVID did not spark that. We just normally stay in your house so much that you finally realized, hey, everyone like does that. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I think my dog ate something. You alright, buddy? That's what you get for going in the trash. God damn it. Yeah, that's the thing too though, like part of me like would want to go into VR chat, but then after seeing like all the cool models that everyone else has, I'm like, okay, I need to probably get in on this, but then I'm too shy to even ask about one maybe, because I don't know how the process normally goes, and I feel like I would want it like a certain way, not just like my colors on those typical, quote-unquote typical Fox models. I probably would want like, I think I've seen like Ellie make them, or maybe even like Kipper. I probably would want like a similar style to like one of those, but then like, what's the point of me getting it if I'm never gonna use it? So then I'm back to square one. Yeah, it seems like VTubers in general too kind of became like a thing in the last year or so. It just so happened, so I think the uprise of like needing models and stuff for like that in VR chat kind of especially came into play for everybody. No, I definitely did not say that. I don't think anybody really needs to see that. Y'all are good. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I've definitely obviously commissioned people before, it's just it's been a minute, and then again I just think if I'm not going to use it anyway, then what's the point? I've tried to think of it like, well, if I have it, then, you know, I gotta make a reason to have it, but knowing me, I would just like stare at it, or I don't know, I would be in like those lonesome rooms that you can have, just looking at myself and waddling in the middle of my room, just be like, hey, it's me. And then I would probably log off after an hour of doing that and not play my games in my Steam library. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, the sketch is done, I believe. Alright, well, I guess that is still the last thing I'm doing. I'll try to ride out the last 10 minutes of Strum here. Let's see, what could I do here? Sure, I guess because this is one of the things that I will not be doing that. I guess this is something I wanted to do. That's assuming I streamed frequently enough to make it a habit. That is a good point. I guess I also have yet to, because I remember when a face rig was a thing, and like furries especially kind of like really like went crazy about that for a while. But I guess that would also involve me getting a webcam and I guess configuring that, which in the end would also mean I couldn't be lazy. just do like a quick little. Honestly, pretty much. When VTubers started like being a thing, especially furry ones, that's just mainly what it reminded me of. Better put some respect on that app's name. This is pretty much how I normally draw. I'm just gonna chill out now for a bit. I guess maybe because normally, I don't know, it seems like mainly, since it's only usually like a bust shot, if not a headshot at most, maybe they have more of a chance to implement the details to it and like fine-tune the 3D models or however that process works. It seems like with VR, in order for it to like track your whole body and catch up with like maybe your headset, I don't know, maybe they have to like lower the quality, quote unquote, in some things. That would be my guess anyway. Of course, I don't know how this stuff normally works, but I can see that too. I don't know if like maybe it's just a thing where like well, no, obviously maybe you don't wear your VR headset all the time unless you happen to be playing a VR game anyway, but it wouldn't surprise me if maybe it's like similar mechanics because of a face tracking or whatever, using the right webcam and software and everything. Yeah, I don't know, like where the tech nerds came out in the last year again. Like suddenly, like I would see like a lot of furry VTubers, quote unquote, and just like streamers go live with their own models, and I think that's really impressive. Okay. I've just been seeing a lot of like, I don't know, I guess like development in that category. I've especially like more occasionally, I've been seeing this thing where like if you have multiple people like in a voice chat or something, it seems like they configure it in a way where like if sound is being picked up on your microphone, like people tend to do like 2 frames, I guess, or like 2 different images where it's like they have like custom art like when they're on standby not using their mic or mute or whatever, and then when they're talking it's like the image change and there's like a slight, you know, like quick bounce to show that it's active and it becomes like a lighter or like a shade of what it's supposed to be while they're talking. I think that's like really cute. That's definitely been one of my like favorite things I've been seeing lately. Just gonna do this here and I guess wrap up. It has not felt like over 5 hours though, Jesus. I didn't expect that trailer that came out for these two to actually like catch my interest, but here we are. I don't normally watch like the like the straight to DVD Scooby movies or anything like at all, but the fact that this little guy is involved, I'm definitely gonna give it a chance come September. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably wouldn't completely object, depending. In an odd way, I never ever like considered these two by myself, but I guess like everyone else and their grandma has, and I know there've been like, well, I'm now aware there've been like advertisement crossovers with these two like more directly, and it actually does like make the most sense. I think it's gonna be really cute. Yeah, I thought it would just be for every one of those things that's, just like an old, not old-timey, just like an older cartoon, and, we could always reminisce and stuff, but who says they're actually gonna touch them again? Except for, like, that slight cameo that, what was that cartoon OKKO had? It was called, like, Cartoon Nexus, and they had, like, the older, Cartoon Network characters. I think he did appear there at some point. That was, like, really cool. But just like something more direct like this, it's like pretty nice to see. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, people seem to like it. I didn't watch it personally, but that was the only episode of that series I watched. And it definitely made me happy, so it's an okay in my book. Yeah, I kind of lost my casually watching every single new cartoon series that comes out bug since 2012, when I think the Looney Tunes show came in, and then the internet became my cable. And I just always said I never had time. Oh, thank you. I just remember mentioning I frankly have been wanting to draw like art of these two for the last couple of days, and I figured I might as well just stream until at least 8 or so. I want to do a little scribble, maybe something that's a bit faster. And more relaxed. And honestly, that sounds like a good time too. I never had access to like the Boomerang channel, and I don't know, maybe I had to like visit a particular family member at times and they like magically had it to me. I only ever had Cartoon Network, but I probably would have watched Boomerang more religiously if I had the option. It's how when Tom and Jerry would play on Cartoon Network on like afternoon segments, usually like from like 12 to 1, I would always be absolutely up for it. I think it was back in the mid to late 2000s. That was still like a thing. That was always like one of my favorite parts of being home early from school on like early release days. Or just like random days, like it was a Memorial Day or something, because weekdays were usually different than weekends. And that was going on. And I guess obviously like summers too, of course. Oh, Frost, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Yeah, it was always a good feeling. Okay, but that CGI Scooby-Doo movie, though, always a classic. It's probably unironically like my favorite Scooby film. And I just always like unironically enjoyed that. Even if I tried watching it now, I would probably still be like, yeah, I still like this movie. Neck. As Great Danes do. That's the one. I know people like obviously like hate Scrappy for I don't know whatever reason. I guess he is annoying, but I don't know. I guess I still like found them like humorous enough in that film that somehow that like paved the way for me still enjoying his character decently enough. I can't like fully explain it, but I think he's like okay. I would kind of hope so. It just feels like people really do narc on him, but I feel like sometimes it's like unironically. Because I know there's definitely people out there who just like really love to hate characters that are supposed to be annoying. To a degree. And I don't know what to believe anymore sometimes on here, so... If it was actually true for at least some, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, maybe the producers back then kind of knew people actually did kind of not like him. I do think I vaguely remember the plot. I'm sure a lot of people loved what he was transforming into towards the end. Looking back at it now, it seems like the kind of thing that certain communities like. I hadn't watched any of the other films though. I have actually. I think there's like this group of Halloween-ish characters that did come from like the Scooby-Doo universe, or I could be mistaken. Maybe they're just often cameoed there. I think I have like seen like short cartoons and stuff with them, but past that, like literally, I very seldom ever watch like Scooby-Doo related things past that film. I do obviously like the. You know what? No. I did unironically enjoy A Pup Named Scooby-Doo back when that was a thing too, but that actually is as far as it reaches. That was always really nice to me. And I unironically liked Baby Looney Tunes too. Yeah, I think Ghoul School was the name of it. I did like those characters. I think I've seen one or two of like their cartoons. It was really nice. Then I used to have like a VHS tape that had an episode airing with them going to one of the characters' family reunions, and you know, the gang's up to some hijinks again. That was always like a fun one I like to watch on repeat just because I had the tape. But otherwise, I never made like a conscious choice before to be like, hey, let me watch Scooby-Doo. Well, I used to have VH tapes. I actually kind of wish I still had my VHS tape player, and I used to have like a whole stack of just VHS, I guess, tapes. I almost say cartridges. That I think my sister kind of pretty much has. It used to have like a lot of my favorite kids shows on there. I think I had like a lot of Barney tapes on there and Sesame Street stuff. I also had some movies on there. I would just like go ham on them when I was like 6. Good times. That probably is part of what caught it to me for so long. I used to watch and just thoroughly enjoy a lot of like the Saturday morning-ish cartoons that especially happen to air on Cartoon Network. I'm kind of aware that people like don't really like it, I guess, just because of how simple it was, but I also really did like Crypto. I also didn't know like Crypto was already a thing in terms of Marvel superheroes or whatever, because I'm also not really into that like at all. I just, you know, I saw a dog character that was like a superhero, and Superman was actually very rarely ever mentioned as far as I remember. But I really liked that show, and the theme song, you know, was kind of catchy to me. Oh, look at these two go. I guess I'll add some quick splash of color on these two, since they're pretty simple, and maybe we can call it there. Oh yeah, sorry. See, I don't even know like the proper universes and such. I guess Marvel, I guess DC Comics, etc., etc. I just had no idea about these things. I guess I'm a fake fan, or whatever the kids call it these days. I do not remember this stage's music. I like it. After this. Of course. I always forget how unironically catchy this song is until I hear like remixes of it. I'm actually not too sure. I barely ever like account for. I guess I could say this. I feel like that's a thing I can probably check if I hover over the proper file, or the proper folder rather. 1 second. I don't usually save like reference sheets. I probably wouldn't account for that because I don't like constantly keep a hold of like all my clients' references ever. Whenever I'm pretty much done with them, I just have like a big old sci file that I pretty much label references, and I constantly copy, paste, eventually delete everything, etc., etc. I maybe save them for like the long haul if like I'm not completely done with the piece yet, but eventually they all get deleted for sure. But let me see if this is a thing I can just casually search. I mean, my 2021 folder is probably going to be like the biggest it's ever been compared to like my other. Well, yeah, like already for 2021, my storage is already catching up. I guess let me add over things because I can hover over them. It seems. I'm already looking at 12.5 gigabytes for my 2021 folder, just for like my commission stuff. Let's see. Do it. 12.7. Well, if the numbers mean anything, it's already looking at about 34 gigabytes. That's 8.7. Sorry, it's just taking a minute for some reason when I hover over it to give me the proper information. Last one. Pretty much it looks like... Oh yeah, I'm hovering over the things. It's like I have, over the years, I have like separate commissions, 2019, commissions, 2018. I'm just like collecting the data for all of those. And it seems like, since 2016, so I guess over the last 5 years to current, I'm looking at 62.46 gigabytes and add on an extra 734 megabyte, sorry. I'm thinking in food terminology at the moment. Not sure if that's a vast amount, but I guess there is technically a lot of art in these folders. Thank you, Fenter. This probably should have stayed as just a sketch, but I kind of want to see some color on it real quick. And then this really will be the last thing, because I probably should get started on the dinner. Gotta heat up the oil and cut some potatoes. I believe it then. I guess it just helps because, you know, I have like the sci-file thing, and usually like 9.5 times out of 10 there's like an extra PNG or JPEG or whatever file made of everything. So I guess it's like compressed. Just adds the extra, what, megabyte or two. I don't usually keep up with this kind of stuff. But I do have like an extra storage file of, I think just whatever it's called that deals with like storing, I guess, data already in my computer. I think it's like 1 TB or so, I could be wrong, but I do have an external, not capture card, I have an external, like, a storage drive that has like an extra TB on it that's currently plugged in, so that's definitely helping, I'm sure. Oh, thank you, Courage. I try my best. Definitely couldn't have done it without Barone, though. The real hero here helping. I just did. Out of the reminder. I did kind of forget again, though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to feel my steam leave me for the day. That's why we should probably finally stop here in a little bit. But darn it if I'm not gonna see these two colored real quick from me. I guess honestly I just kind of wish I let myself settle down and maybe just improve on like my shading and just ways that I can color, like maybe working on lineless art, not having to rely on just like solid you know, colored lines of some sort to like make a formidable sensical drawing versus nonsensical one. I feel like that would be kind of cool. I guess my brain just really keeps telling me you're not allowed to just yet, maybe someday, but not yet. Just because I'm always like busy with commissions and I always feel like I have to keep working, otherwise, you know, you're not gonna make the rent or you're gonna starve, even though you're technically not in any means yet miraculously to not, or to have to worry about that. Maybe one day my whole everything will calm down on me, and I can. Hell, in general, I would just love to like maybe get into learning different drawing programs and stuff. I did purchase a Clip Studio Paint recently because it was on that sale again, and I did like tinker around with it just to make sure it worked and everything on my computer, and I already just love the feel of the default brushes on it alone. And I feel like I would like to see like my art maybe using those brushes instead, but we shall see what happens in the future. Well, that's a very sweet thing of you to maybe want to do again. It's just, I would feel like genuinely bad though, like if you did do that, because it seems like even as a commission, it just, I don't know, at that point I would then just like still want to end up doing something for you specifically, just because I would feel like obligated to, even if instructed otherwise. I don't know, it's just like, I feel like ironic having to like maybe quote unquote rely on others to like even commission me just to like do that for myself. It's just me having to work on myself thing, I feel, versus anything else. And I technically could at any point. I'm able to like draw technically whatever. I do have an iPad still and everything. It's just me not letting myself for whatever reason, and I wouldn't want others to like maybe at all feel like, you know, in order to help me with that, they have to give me money or something. Even though I do really appreciate the thought alone. Well, hopefully eventually, even without that possible incentive, quote-unquote, I would like to just eventually flap my wings and give things a try. Hopefully it can really happen sooner rather than later, though. I do appreciate the thought immensely. I mean, I feel like it's possible. It just seems like it takes me a long time to reset, though, if wanting to use that quote-unquote excuse. I was definitely settled in NC for a while, and I still hadn't done that. I feel like maybe, like, slowly but surely I was getting kind of close to maybe letting myself do new things, even in the midst of commissions, but I don't know, we shall see. It is, like, a significant thing for me, though. Being in NY is, like, a different experience, so maybe it's just a different kind of spark that will end up benefiting me more than I think, anyhow. Alright, I think this totally quick, like 5-ish minute sketch is... We're gonna call it donezo here, otherwise I'm gonna probably keep going like I'm already about to do anyway, kinda sorta. Alright, I guess we can call it there for a stream, pretty much. I do appreciate the thoughts all the same, though. It just, I don't know, it's just, I think it's usually just like a lot of, Eternal, please. It's just always like a lot of brain stuff that comes into play. I feel like it's just, not to sound like that person, but it's also just like a product of getting older and stuff. I used to just let myself do a lot of things casually, whatever, even in the midst of commission work I would still have back then, but it's just... the brain tends to kind of work differently, not just because of the whole, you know, your brain's still developing until like you're 25, it's still being a sponge, especially, but just you as a person. Things happen, things can maybe change. It's just on me. Everything's fine though, but just, I know I just need to work on it. But yeah, well, hold on, I probably kind of lied, but I actually remember I used to do this anyway. I don't really have like a BRB, or I guess that I don't have, but also like a thanks for watching stream, so usually when I do art streams I just kind of do this, but I'm pretty much signing off here for the night. I'll just make like a little, I don't like this, hold on. Scribble sing as such, give me like 2 minutes. Give or take. Excuse me. Yes, those bring back good memories. Yeah, this is pretty much gonna be the gist of it though. I'm just saying... thanks Honestly though, this was like a lot more fun while still being chill than I thought it would be. I guess it's just been a while. I would have been like very grateful and pleased if anyone maybe wanted to stop by at all, but just having you guys as like a gentle and lovely company all the same has just been very wonderful, and I'm glad I did this. I really don't want to make any promises again, like maybe this ironically was a one-off, like, oh, one every 2 years I decide to stream, and I'll see you guys in like 2023, but I would like to see if I could maybe make this a more occasional thing at times here and there. I would like to make sure I get my own microphone so a certain somebody could actually stream when he said he would. So maybe it'll be like a couple of days before I try to do this again. And also, I'll try to like figure out... Puffs, please. I would like to see you and Ducko stream again. I have like missed those Banjo-Kazooie and Spelunky streams from you. And also, like, maybe I would like to figure out like noise gain stuff too, because I've had to have my AC off in here, and it is about to be turned on in a second after this, but yeah, in due time. I don't know when I'll next stream. Maybe it'll actually be within the next week or so. We'll probably make a gradual progress, but also maybe when I have a shorter list, because it seems like I still like engaging with you